Sont les nouveaux Hello. What's up, everybody? Shazar, Saladino, Cassie, Rasta, Thurlow, JC, Seraphin, Mawpaw, Garrus, Fear the Dawn, Ekthar, Outrun, X. Thank you for the suggestion for the song of the day. Great album. I don't listen to it nearly as often as I should. JR, Burke, died. Hope everyone's doing well today. What are we up to? It is Wednesday, the 14th of May, 2025. And I have nothing to talk about. So if you guys have something to talk about, that's great. I've played a bit of Expedition 33 yesterday. I haven't made any progress in the main story. I've mostly been doing side stuff. My same concerns remain, unfortunately. I need to play the main story, if they're, justified or not, but we'll see. Excited for stream. Almost had to entertain myself for 5 minutes. Yeah, that would be disgusting. Hold on. That needs to be loaded. There we go. I'm glad vacuum robots exist. Flow is clean now. I don't have one. I don't think my place would be very practical for that. Too many separations between rooms. It's an old house, and, there's like little things between on the doorsteps. Switch to Linux permanently. I couldn't do that, I don't think. I need my computer to be mindless to use. I need to not have to think about the fact that I'm using a computer. It's about what's actually happening on the computer, not the computer itself, right? And I feel like with Linux, you'll constantly, how can I make this program work on that thing? I don't know. It's too much. I need the computer aspect of my computer to disappear when I'm using it. It's about what I'm watching, what I'm playing, what I'm listening to. It all needs to just work. It's up $10. Now, maybe modern Linux is, better, but I remember about, it's been almost over 20 years at this point, when I was watching some friends get their Linux stuff set up, and it felt like we were spending more time fiddling with the computer than actually enjoying whatever was on them. So you can run anything you want, or use an alternative. Yeah, it's probably different these days. My understanding of it is pretty dated, admittedly, but Wine and Proton to make them work. Yeah. Can you install Steam? Buy a game, install the game, press play, play the game. If the answer is no, it's too much for me to deal with. Yes, for most games, actually. Oh, there you go. Steam Deck really helped with increasing games compatibility to run with Proton. Why is it running on it? Does the Steam Deck run on Linux? Yeah. Oh well, that will do it for sure. They have their own custom version of Linux. Fair enough. Found out today that supposedly the Elden Ring film will be done by the same studio that made Midsommar, and I'm not sure I should be excited. You should not be excited regardless of who makes an Elden Ring movie. You do not want an Elden Ring movie, trust me. Alex Garland is directing? Okay, hold on. Maybe I was too quick to judge. I'm sorry, Elden Ring. I wasn't familiar with your game. Yeah, Alex Garland's actually really, really good. So, I think I feel he's a better writer than the director, but that's just, you know. I haven't seen Civil War or Warfare. Any of his new stuff I haven't seen. So yeah, maybe I don't know. Ex Machina was pretty good. I think his best work is writing Sunshine, though, but that's just me. They're saying there's a chance it might be good. I don't know. I wouldn't go as far as to say that, but at least I'm a little interested. If Alex Garland's on board, I'm a little interested. More than I would be otherwise, but I'm still, you know, not looking forward to it. So what I'm expecting when you say done by the same studio that made Midsommar, I'm expecting you mean the same producers are putting the money on the table, because it's clearly not the same director or, you know. Let's see. What's up, Acrylic? What's up, Hubs? Oh yeah, okay. It's the A24 production company that's involved in both projects, I think. Because I know they were mentioned in Midsommar's credits, and they're the one that did Ex Machina. I remember that. So yeah, that's the link between them. It's a fine production company. It means absolutely nothing, right? It means nothing in terms of the actual creation of the movie. It's just who puts the money down, right? It's like, yeah. It's like saying the same company makes Oblivion and Doom. No, that's not true. Completely different devs, but same publisher. Or FIFA and Titanfall, right? Yeah. How are you, Kuma? People financing it tend to have decent taste. That's something, I guess. I mean, their taste is in the cash flow. That's what their taste is about. They're not looking at it from an artistic perspective. They're just interested in seeing if it's gonna bring in money. Listen, I'm a bit cynical. I'm not saying there's not people in production companies that are like, you know what, I kind of like this project. Let's put some money down. It seems interesting. but the priority is always about making money, right, for productions. So would have held more clout 3-4 years ago. Yeah, when like I remember when they produced Ex Machina, they were a smaller production company, right? The success of that movie, which was pretty low budget, is part of the reason why they got as big as they are to this day, actually. So I think it's a bit different at that point, but now it's just a big production company, so It's much like, you know, it's very similar to publishing in video games, right? Like a small publisher, think Annapurna or you know, Devolver, like those things. You typically, you know, when they're smaller, you're like, oh yeah, there's like, they go for a certain type of projects, right? There's more artistic based decisions being made as to what they want to publish and like sort of their catalog. But as soon as publishers get to a certain size and, you know, more money gets involved, you have obligations, you have like financial responsibilities that you didn't have before, that suddenly force you to make decisions, you know, that you may not necessarily even would have made prior to that. It's kind of this how things work, unfortunately. More money, more problems. I sound like a cheap rapper from the 2000s now. But that's what it is. It is what it is, unfortunately. And I think it's the same with most things, actually. Even as an artist yourself, it still plays a role in that. Like, if you're a writer that, you know, like me, has a modest success, I can write whatever the fuck I want. Nobody cares. If I suddenly have a bestseller, then my publishers are going to expect something for the next one. And there might be a little bit more control over what I'm doing, you know? And I may have different expectations for myself as well, right? To keep sort of making the same amount and still make bestsellers. Unfortunately, money corrupts everything, even the most noble artistic intentions. Yeah, I mean, I think Alex Garland's great. I think he's a fantastic writer. He wrote, he worked on The Beach with Danny Boyle. You've probably seen the movie. Alex Garland wrote the novel that the movie was based on, and he worked on the screenplay a little bit, I think. He didn't. It doesn't have. I'm looking at it now. It doesn't have the full credit on the screenplay, but I'm pretty sure he worked on it a little bit. But he wrote the novel. That was his first mainstream success. Was The Beach by Danny Boyle. That's what brought him to the mainstream, sort of. You know, big DiCaprio movie and all that. Even though it was a weird ass movie, it was just DiCaprio in the height of his, you know, popularity. So back in the Titanic days. And then 28 days later was the next movie Alex Garland wrote, which was also a big success, also with Danny Boyle, right? So that's sort of how he made a name for himself. And I think he's a great screenwriter. I think he's a great novel writer. And then his first, well, I mean, maybe not his first, but like his big directorial work that everyone knows about is Ex Machina, and that movie is fantastic. Super well directed, super well written. The performances are amazing. It's a very nice sci-fi movie that I recommend you watch if you haven't seen it. Annihilation, I think, obviously he didn't write the book, but that was Jeff Vandermeer. But I didn't see the movie Annihilation. Did he write the screenplay? Did he do the adaptation himself, or did he just direct? I'm not sure. But I haven't seen it, so yeah. What's up, Juspo? What's up? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think he's at least a fantastic writer. I think he's a pretty good director based on Ex Machina. Again, like I said, I haven't seen his most recent stuff. Like Civil War was his most recent movie, I think. Or no, there's another one after that, but regardless. I don't know. He's got the chops to make a good movie, and I don't doubt that. So I just think, hear me out. My issue with it is I don't think Elden Ring is great source material for a movie. And I'll explain. It's too vague. And what's gonna happen with it is he's gonna have one vision within the Elden Ring world, one interpretation of things, one take on those characters in that world, even if it's like completely new characters or whatever. And a lot of people are gonna be upset with it because it's not gonna fit with everyone's vision of Elden Ring. Because it's, you know, at the end of the day, even though Elden Ring is a bit more forward than the Souls games with its lore and characters, there's still a lot of stuff that's left for interpretation. And I think it's gonna be hard to satisfy everyone with it. So I feel like as a writer, he's gonna have to make some decisions that are not gonna be easy in adapting this work. I think his best shot is getting as far as possible from the material of the games. Do not use any of the characters, maybe a little mentions of a few of them in myth or whatever, but just write something that takes place in a new location with new characters within the Elden Ring framework is your best bet if you want to satisfy most people. The problem with that is, why does it need to be an Elden Ring movie then? For the name and recognition and selling the brand, right? But I don't know. I think it's a difficult project for me to imagine being really good. But hey, I'm willing to be proven wrong, so. So is there a follow-up, Juspo, to your message there? Because it seems like there's a follow-up to it. I don't know if you're writing like a novel or something, which is fine, but I'm just curious. Controller, please. Thank you. Oh yeah, I look like a freaking monk right now. I forgot about that. You did D&D with a DM who's made a general world build, just wings it. Anytime you ask him who or what's that? I think it's a little more than that, but I always find it funny. What's up, Radical? I always find it funny when people are... We left on off in a good spot. Are you gonna follow up on the real talk message you sent earlier? Come on, Juspo. You can do better. You can't go real talk, Dan, and then not follow up with anything. What's up, Coracid? How are you doing today? I don't know why I pronounced that in such a French way, but that's what you get. What's up, Pitkiss? How are you? So yeah, I always find it funny when people are like, I wish we could sit down Miyazaki for an interview and ask him exactly what the lore was and what he meant with this and what was the meaning of that and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, it's funny that you guys assume that he has answers. He does not. I promise you, as a writer, I can promise you he does not have the answers. He may have some ideas of some things, you know? You will be very disappointed if you sit Miyazaki down and like, okay, what's the meaning of all of this? You know, hey, maybe I would be surprised. Maybe Miyazaki is a different breed of individual. But as a writer, I can tell you, what doesn't make it into the novel or the product or whatever I'm writing, in most cases, is only roughly sketched out. Like, I have a vague idea, and that's about it. You do not have time to spend on like detailing stuff that will never make it into the product you're making. Like, that's not a thing. You just have a rough idea, and that's about it, right? It is not like preparing a D&D campaign. where you sort of have to flesh out things a bit more around the mission, the campaign you're about to do, or the session you're about to do, because the players could do anything, even though even then there's a lot of improv, right? But you have more control when you write for a game, a movie, a novel. You have more control over what's in there, right? You know exactly what's going to be in there. You're not going to spend time fleshing out stuff that will, you know, like there's imagine a mention of a mythical past kingdom that was somewhere, right? And you find a weapon that's attached to it and it mentions like, oh, the kingdom, the land of Reed, for instance, great example in Elden Ring. And again, don't tell me anything if the land of Reed appears in the game, I don't know. But the land of Reed is mentioned, right? It's a land far in the east, right? And that's it. That, you know, that's the only mention that's going to be in your game. You don't know shit about it. Like, there's no details there. Like, it doesn't exist. But, you know. I provoked it by speaking French, I guess. That's true. My brain did not even register that you said bonsoir. So, yeah, that's probably the reason. Coracide. Also, I think Coracide sounds better than Coracide for some reason. I don't know why. What's up, Stoner? Did I say hi twice? I don't know. We live in an age where fans of a thing do 10 times the legwork and lore building than the actual creator. I don't think that's new, though. I legitimately don't think that's new. Like, that's always something that existed. Depending on the amount of speculative, like, space is in a work, right? There's a ton of old novels that left a lot to the imagination. Like, something like in the 80s, you know, the Book of the New Sun is a great example. Came out in the 80s. Exceptionally good science fiction, fantasy novel. Lots of room for interpretation in that shit. And I think the same kind of stuff can be said about that. Now, obviously it's a bit more of a niche thing than Elden Ring, I guess, but... yeah, but that's the thing, right? Captain Dax, I haven't seen Arrested Development, but... like, I mentioned that in the past, but I've been interviewed for some of my novels, and the interviewer came up with stuff that I didn't think of. They were like, hey, this and this there, like, do you think that, like, you know, what can you tell us about the obvious symbolism between this and that? And I'm like, I did not think about that 1 second when I wrote the thing. But it makes sense. What's up, Nibiru? What's up, Brendan? Thank you for the raid, appreciate it. What's up, Smee? What's up, Bristlebutt? Oh, I'll talk about my outfit in a second. This is my boss killing setup. We're gonna improve the robe as we go, but I want some light clothes, because I get one shot anyway. And my twin blade, now upgraded. So, you know. That's my boss killing setup. I want a better robe eventually, but I think a robe is pretty cool. Because it's light, more than anything. I could go full naked, but I think, you know... I don't know, I feel like I don't want to, you know... This seems a little inappropriate to fight a boss. I kind of want to get at least a little covered. I need my balls to be a little protected, you know, it's a thing. What's up, Pastoof? What's up, Squeegee? You have a link to your books? If you Google my name, you'll find them, I'm sure. And if you're French, you can read them. But yeah, if, any store that sells French books, you can find them there. They've both released quite a few years ago now. The second one was in 2021. So they're probably not in stock anymore, but you can... I doubt many stores still have them in their stock, but you can order them. Or find them on Amazon, whatever you prefer. Yeah. No, that's not the name. But again, if you Google my name, you'll find them. But yeah, Corasid, I don't know if you're from, like... When people speak French, I never know if they're French-Canadian or actually French, or from, you know, Europe. I'm personally from Switzerland, right? So... But... What's up, Scoop? Yeah, I need just need a little protection, you know, to... Yeah. So that the boss can't tell that I have a hard-on when I'm fighting it. That's mostly that. Not this boss in particular, but, you know, there may be some more attractive lady bosses eventually, you know? And so you never know. Or men bosses, actually. I don't discriminate. I can get a hard-on for anyone. Alright, this is starting... We're starting very well today. We're already talking about weird stuff. Great. But yeah, all this to say, ultimately going back to the origin of that conversation, if you were to sit Miyazaki down and ask him questions, I doubt he will be able to answer a lot of them. I think he may have a few ideas about a few of the mysterious elements of his books, you know? Because just when you create, there's some ideas that develop on their own in your brain. But in most cases, I'm assuming you would just shrug and be like, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Because that's what speculative, you know, works are like. I would say it's even better as the writer if you don't know too many things. Because if you know too many things, you can... And you want to write something speculative and mysterious, it might get in your own way. Sometimes if you just have a few ideas, and then you sort of use that lack of knowledge to create a mystery for yourself as you're writing. So, yeah. English, but you lived in France for a few years. Ah, okay. So you're not actually native French. Gotcha. What's up, Effie? How are you doing today? Rico, good to see you. Thank you for the 34 months. Appreciate the tier 1. Rico's or you will be remembered. Did we? Did anyone do a shout out for Brendan, or did we rudely ignore that entirely? It's one of those days. It's one of those days. Fair enough. Let's see. Let me type that in here as well, so I have it on the ready. Oh yeah, Thurlow, I don't know if you know how to do shoutouts, but that's something you can do whenever someone raids. Just / shoutout the name of the person. Are we taking the bets now? How many streams on this boss? I'm fairly sure the boss dies today. From what I've seen yesterday, unless there's like a second phase or some shenanigans with another one diving from the top rope over there, I honestly think I'm gonna complete this today. Also, I just noticed that... Yeah, you can walk there. This definitely looks like something that's walkable. With a door here and whatnot. I mean, yeah, it's just when someone raids, just shoutouts. And that's pretty much it. Delete anything that's suspicious in chat. And that's the extent of your responsibility. So I don't know if there's a lot of things in your notepad, but it should be just 2 things. I guess there's maybe more than that. I don't know. Oh, the Discord stuff. That's new. Right. Alright, I'm not used to that moveset yet. So... it's gonna be a little difficult at first, but what's up, Fishboy? We're gonna eventually learn, I guess. Yeah, but those hubs are directed by myself. Mods shouldn't be doing them by default, so that's different. What I do like about that outfit is that you can see the stash. Also the hair. My hair's a little longer than that now, but I'm going to cut my hair tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. I'm gonna get all that shit off of my head. I'm gonna have very short hair tomorrow when I come back. The summer is coming. I want, you know, I don't want my hair to be in the way. Shepard, thank you for 34 months. A lot of 34 months today. Rico and Shepard. Thank you very much. I'm assuming 34 is everyone who's been around since I came back to streaming in 2022. I'm assuming that's the count. Oh yeah, it makes sense actually, because 36 will be in around June, right? Yeah. Outer Wilds, yeah, so that's July. Yeah, that makes sense. Checks out. Hell yeah. Well, thank you, Shepard. I appreciate that. You will be remembered. But yeah, so, yeah. And we were talking about the Elden Ring movie, right? That's how we got to that conversation. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say that I'm too excited for it, but knowing that Alex Garland's directing and hopefully writing makes me a little more hopeful that it may not be too bad. I don't know. I will say I would be more excited if I heard that he was making a fantasy movie without the Elden Ring name attached to it, but because I feel like that's gonna be an obstacle for him rather than helping. I don't know. Apparently, it's pretty new information, Rico, but it seems to be true. From what I've googled, Alex Garland's attached to direct. A24 is producing, you know, the studio that did Ex Machina and Midsommar, apparently, which I wasn't aware of, but so they've got, you know, they've got some money behind them. They've got a good director on board. Yeah, that was my reaction, Pitkiss. Initially, I was like, "Oh, Elden Ring movie. I'm not interested at all." And then someone mentioned, or I read on Google that Alex Garland was attached, and I was like, "Okay, hold on. Maybe I'm curious at least." Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, but like I said, it's gonna be. I think his best bet is to write something that's completely detached from the game's material as much as possible. This way you don't get bogged down by the interpretative nature of the work, and everyone's gonna get upset because his vision maybe is gonna be a bit different than, you know. Well, I don't. That's the problem, Scoop. That's also a very internet narrative type thing. Martin didn't write the entire universe. He sketched out a few lore ideas and basics for some characters and some of the world. There's no details there. It's, you know, it's not something that's super fleshed out or anything. There's not a lot of source material to work with. It's the equivalent of, you know, it's the equivalent of a great artist doing a few sketches of a few characters and a few environments and then giving that to a game studio, and then their actual designers and all that work from that inspiration to create something, right? That's the equivalent of what Martin did. So you have to remember that his attachment to the game was mostly a marketing thing. I mean, it certainly is Matt Can, for sure. Yeah. And I'm sure, listen, I am sure the movie's gonna use that, you know. Because they want to get the name attached to the project. Because of all the Game of Thrones fans who are gonna just go watch the movie, right? Process being something like Martin creating initial concept. What I think, I remember reading that. I think the exact quote was that Miyazaki said, I'm excited for George Martin to see what we've done with his ideas, with his character ideas and all that. Which again, gives a lot of credence to my understanding, which was that he had a rough few ideas for, you know, characters and maybe some family links and... But... The involvement of George Martin was definitely lower than most people think. That's for sure. Yes, me. I don't think there's a lot of information about the whole, like, everyone that's involved in the movie, but I don't think Martin's gonna write the movie. I don't think that's gonna be the case. I mean, Alex Garland's a great writer. If he's directing, he should probably write it too. But what's up, Brodra? How are you doing, Quasi? Good to see you. What's up, Philinor? Too busy not writing the next Song of Ice and Fire novel. I don't blame the guy. The expectations for his work are very high. I can understand that being a lot of pressure. He doesn't need the money, clearly, so... I mean, I don't think he ever needed the money. He was successful as a writer before Game of Thrones even started, so... Obviously, he's a lot more successful now, but he was already doing very well. So... I don't know. I just... I personally don't care about it. I really don't care about Game of Thrones whatsoever, or the book series. But he never finishes it. That's it. Contrary to what everyone on the internet seems to think, a writer doesn't owe you anything. You've purchased the books he released. That doesn't mean you're owed the sequel. I was actually trying to test that, Tixar. I was trying to see if the road would get wet, but doesn't seem like it. That thing is hydro repellent. Isn't there another hydro repellent? There's another word for that, right? Like those materials that completely repulse water. Hydrophobe or something? I don't know. Been published since the 80s. Yeah, and also hydrophobic, yeah. He also wrote for TV in the 80s or early 90s. There was that one episode of that sci-fi anthology thing with the ants. I remember seeing that episode when I was a kid. I was terrified. And I much later learned that he was the one who wrote that. That was funny. Yeah, he wrote an anthology episode for that TV show, The Outer something. A sci-fi anthology show, The Outer Limits. The Outer Limits. The Outer Limits Ants episode. Season 1, episode 14. Nope, that's not it. The Sand Kings. Oh, wait. That wasn't... Oh, yeah, it was. Okay. The Sand Kings is a 1995 television film based on the novella Sand Kings by George R.R. Martin. Okay, so he didn't write the episode. My bad. My bad. He only wrote the source material. I thought he actually wrote for the script for that, but no. And it was the first episode of the revived science fiction television series, The Outer Limits, in 1995. Yeah. It was a great episode. I remember liking that when I was a young teenager. He's a great writer. Martin? Yeah. I don't know. I was never able to get into Song of Ice and Fire when I tried. I don't know. It's just not for me, I guess. The Frosty. Yeah, I slept pretty well, Outrun. I think my insomnia nonsense is solved by at this point. Oh, I do so much damage now with this. I'm still not used to the moveset, but and obviously I need to survive against him, which is another problem. What a cool boss, though. How many rows of teeth does he have? That's insane. Three more tries max? I don't think so. I think it's gonna take me a lot longer to just survive. But we definitely have the damage, that's for sure. Again, we'll have to see if there's a phase 2 or if there's some other, you know, nonsense. I legitimately think I shouldn't have got that. Oh, that hits very close to his thighs. So watching the show, I'm not sure I want to go back to the Song of Ice and Fire book. My father has been reading to Abercrombie called The First Law. Yeah, I've heard about The First Law. I think it's pretty good. I don't know, if I was a fan of A Song of Ice and Fire, even after watching the show, I would be interested in reading the books just to see in what way he's gonna work the ending. Is he gonna change anything? Is he gonna write it in a way that makes it better, more meaningful? I don't know. I would be like, it would be out of curiosity more than anything. First Law is great. Oh yeah, I agree with that quite for sure. I don't think what happens is you know, I don't think it's amazing or anything, but it was definitely, it works. But yeah, the execution definitely left a lot to be desired. I think it was a thematic issue. I mean that. I think it was a thematic issue. I think a big aspect of the theme of Game of Thrones, and that's why so many people think it's an allegory for global warming, is that you have this threat, right? The others, or the White Walkers, or however they call them, depending on the fucking medium. Let's call them the White Walkers, right? That's the show's name. It's that sort of like mythical threat that you know is coming, right? And humans should be preparing for it. Preparing to defend against it. That's the point of the wall, right? Like the Night Watch, or whatever they're called. I'm not an expert, so forgive me if I'm wrong in terminology, but they're the one that's supposed to be like the warning bell. Like they're the warning system. And then, ideally, all the kingdoms should be working together to fight off that mythical threat. But then they get too busy because of greed, because of their own interests, because of, you know, all the things that humans are so good at. And so they fight amongst themselves instead of preparing for that mythical threat that's coming up, that's about to hit them. That's the general idea of Game of Thrones, boiled down to its essence. That's why so many people say that it's an allegory for global warming or climate change and all that, because there's that big threat looming over us, and instead of just banding together against it, we're all looking out for our own little personal interests, right? That's why there's so many comparisons. I don't necessarily think that was Martin's intention while writing it, but it's a very interesting thing to note that there's this sort of like symbolism there. And I think the main problem with the show was that looming, terrifying, mythical threat was literally discarded within 20 minutes after building up for 7 seasons. I don't think that made it feel the way it should have felt. I think that was the main issue for me personally. Like I see that and I'm like, oh, well, thematically that kind of undermines the whole thing, because then it justifies that they were probably correct not worrying about the mythical threat, right? They were probably correct. In fact, I will go as far as to say the correct strategy, based on how they executed the idea, the correct strategy for the 5 kingdoms or the 7 kingdoms or however they're called. What's the name of the actual thing? Anyway, the Middle Earth between lands. Whatever. What's the name of the land in Game of Thrones? I'm sorry. The correct strategy, Westeros. Yeah, but there's a name, right? Like the 5 kingdoms or something. Like, isn't there like another terminology for it? What's up, Cryptstick, by the way? Grand Fruit, good to see you. Anyway, the correct strategy for Westeros and all the kingdoms would have been, we let them come to us and we hide the teenager in a corner, in a dark corner. The 7 kingdoms, thank you, that's what I was thinking of. We let them come to us and we hide the teenager in a corner, in a dark corner of the room, and we wait. That would have been the correct strategy based on how they executed the show, right? Which is not what you want your mythical threat to feel like. Yeah, just invite them to dinner. Let's just invite the White Walker over to take over the land. Hey, you can come, it's free. But you hide the teenager with a dagger in a corner, and that's it. Story's over. Obviously, you can question a little bit further by like, they didn't know that it was gonna work that way, but I just think it completely undermines the whole threat. If your threat dies that fast and that easily, there's no way you're considered a threat over millennia and millennia. Because you wouldn't have been able to be as powerful as you were. If you have a weak point that's this obvious, this easy to hit. So I felt like that was the main point to me that undermined the whole story a lot, right? Like the mythical threat should feel a lot more like an actual danger. And they did, that's the thing, they did for a long time in the show. It's just when they start actually showing up, they're just weak as fuck. I don't know. Anyway, and then obviously I think a lot of people. The problem was never. A lot of people complain about that, right? That they got rid of the walkers, and then it was all about Cersei. I don't think that was the problem. I think that's correct. That's the correct progression of that whole story. Because ultimately, it's never about like the mythical threat. It's about the fact that the humans are unable to work together. So I don't think, I don't think the humans being like the end game of it was wrong, right? I just think it should have felt more earned rather than, oh well, we need to get to the human story, so let's just get rid of the mythical threat in like 20 minutes. But what's up, Deadwell? They also rush what happened with Daenerys. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with that too. Yeah. There was definitely, and I think, listen, I think there was definitely like a couple more seasons of material to make out of this. If ideally the whole season 8 should have been about the fight against the walkers. So then you get a good sense of how dangerous they are. And then finally, they fucking manage to win. And the end of the season thing is that, oh well, now they've got rid of that, but Cersei's not happy with it, and Daenerys is definitely not happy with her, right? And there's this big sort of final setup for the last season, which should be then about the humans finally getting their shit together, and So it needed at least one more season. Now, obviously, you know, that's the problem with TV writing and production is there's timelines, there's shit you can't go around, and well, the showrunners had another project lined up, and it took, you know, it took them longer than they thought to get Game of Thrones done, and at that point they were kind of stuck, right? They didn't really have a choice. They had to finish. And I think there's also I don't have any more information than anyone else does, but I could easily see there being an issue with the communication between the showrunners and George Martin, being like, we don't know exactly what the ending goes towards, so we need some information. And Martin gives them like, oh, hey, here's what the ending should be, right? Like, that's the idea for the end of the story. And then the showrunners see that on their desk and they're like, oh, there's no way we're fitting that in one season, but we don't have a choice at this point, you know, or a 2 season or 3 season or however much they had left when they got sort of the material, right, for the end of the show. So at that point they're like, okay, we already have our next project lineup. We need to leave at that date, right? We have 2 more seasons to go, and then we need to leave, and we have that much stuff to fit in there. That cannot be an easy thing to write yourself out of. I know a lot of people hate on the showrunners for ruining the show or whatever, but I don't think it was that easy of a situation to get out of. Because what you have to understand is that they didn't it wasn't like, oh, you know, we have to make season 8 now and we're gonna just cheap out on the ending and then leave to make our Star Wars thing, which they eventually didn't, but, you know. Those deals are, you know, planned years in advance, right? The fact that they had to leave to do a Star Wars show the next year means that the production on that, from like a financial building the team and all that, started like at least a couple years before that, right? It's not like they can, oh, well, sorry, Star Wars producers, we unfortunately got too much material from George Martin. We need to do an extra season of Game of Thrones. And the producer of Star Wars is going to be like, oh, you know what, just take your time, it's fine. No, that's not, unfortunately, how TV works, right? There's money involved and people want what they paid for, so... you know. I think it was just a whole mess. I don't think there's anyone you can point the finger at and say it's their fault, right? It's just TV production sucks. And it is what it is. It sucks to write for TV, it sucks to produce for TV. There's too many like logistical nightmares around it, and sometimes it's just difficult to close something up properly, so. How are you, by the way, Vision? Maybe Arya had high crit rate? Yeah, maybe so. And then they lost their other project because how badly the season was received. Yeah, but I mean, that's, you know. Again, that's part of the nightmare of TV production. Yeah, Cryptstick. Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree. And, you know, again, it's one of those situations where I don't think I blame Martin either. Like, I can definitely see him being like very confident that he was going to keep up with the pace of the show and write the books and all that, and then writing's hard, man. Like, it's not something you can just magically do on command in a way that's successful, especially when there's that much pressure behind it. So I really like, I think the result of Game of Thrones and how poorly it sort of ended is just a result of bad luck, honestly. The shitty situation, I don't think it's anyone's fault in particular. Oh, there's an item that, like, there. Yeah, I mean, for sure, Cryptstick. Like, listen, trust me, if it was that simple to just write a book on command, like, my second and last so far novel came out in 2021, right? I even won an award for it. I was supposed, like, my publisher was like, hey, you got an award lined up. We should probably, you know, use that to promote your next shit. What you got for us? Nothing. Even though everything was set up, you know, it would have been perfect. It was literally a perfect pipeline for increased success, right? But I just wasn't able to get anything out, so it is what it is. Yeah. What's up, Trim? How are you doing? Some authors make it seem easy. I don't. Yeah, I mean, obviously you look at someone like Sanderson who just shits out novels after novels. Hey, good for him. Good for him. But I think that's the thing, right? That's just what he does, and it works for him. I don't think it does it. It's not like he does it on command. It's just what he does. He loves doing that, and it works for him. He just manages to get it out. He also has a huge team working around him and all that, which probably helps with a lot of the logistical stuff. And you know, he's in a very good position. But he's the exception, not the rule. I mean, and you know, I like quite a bit of the Sanderson stuff that I've read, but I think writing a Sanderson novel is a little easier than writing, you know, even though I'm not a fan of, I like Sanderson's novel way more than Martin's. I think Martin's novel are harder to write. There's a lot more shit going on in them. Although I will say, disclaimer, I haven't read the Stormlight Archives, which I hear is a lot more complicated. But it's still, you know, Sanderson still. At least my experience of it, of Mistborn and all that, it's... And I don't mean that in a bad way, but it's pretty simple writing. Like, it's not, you know, it's... Yeah, I consider it, you know, like, it's what I would call simple writing. And to be... You know, again, like to really drive the point home that I'm not meaning that, like I don't mean that in a bad way. I consider my stuff simple writing too. Yeah, exactly, Quasi, for sure. The King method, get blackout, drunk, snort coke, see what happens. Well, according to King himself, nothing really too good. I think he hates the stuff he wrote while he was in that phase of his life. And I agree, it's pretty bad. Although, I don't know, the Tommyknockers was great. I'm a big fan of the Tommyknockers. I don't care that King thinks it's his worst novel. I think it's great. I don't think it's the Dark Tower, right? But it's pretty good. Or The Stand. But... And also, again, Stephen King's stuff... Also simple writing. Let's, you know, just to put everything back in context to what I was saying earlier, right? I think Martin's stuff, again, even though I don't really like it, I think it's a little above simple writing, right? It's a little more layered and a little more intricate and complex. It's not the you know, the hardest shit ever, but it's a little more complex. And then you get to stuff like, you know, the Book of the New Sun or yeah, Infinite Jest, for instance. Now we're getting into the stuff that is not simple writing. That shit will take you years to polish and write, and, you know, that's a different degree of like writing. Which again, it's not a matter of like judgment of scale or this is better, this is worse. It's just easier or harder to write. That's it. Yeah, exactly. Nothing wrong with simple. I love a good simple story. Like I consider my stuff to be simple writing, and it's intentionally so. Like I like writing minimalistic, simple, you know, writing, simple stories with a lot of... I want the interesting stuff about my stories to be in the theme. Like it needs to be... It needs to have a big, like a lot of depth in the themes and all that, but the superficial level story needs to be simple. That's what I want. But I enjoy reading stuff that's a lot more literary, I guess it would be the word, right? I think it's a pleasure to read as well. Or stuff like Malazan, right? Malazan is definitely not what I would consider simple writing, right? That shit's complex. It's rich in theme, and like the superficial level writing is also extremely complex. It seems that he always does that swiping thing as the first move in the fight. I need to be ready for that at least. But Mopo, do you get the Disco Elysium vibe from Infinite Jest? Which I think that's how we started on that conversation back when I recommended it to you, right? Even like in the names and like some of the things that are in the novel, like I think it's so interesting. Sanderson needs a real editor who will tell him to cut his material down. Listen, I think and again, I don't mean that in a bad way, but I think it's part of what people like about, a lot of people like about Sanderson, that they're big fantasy novels, and also I think that's what, in a lot of cases, that's what the publishing world wants for fantasy these days. They want to sell those big books because, I don't know, that's what marketing sort of sells better. You get value for your money, right? And also, it's a lot less work. It's a lot less work to write a long novel, and I know that for some people who may not be into writing at all, that sounds counterintuitive, but it is much easier and faster to write a book that's too long than one that's tight and, you know, more edited down and short, right? So bad timing, damn it. What I say is that there's thousands of books out there to read while waiting for the couple you want to come out. Exactly, yeah. That's why I'm never mad. Like, I never get mad when stuff takes too long to come out. I don't care. There's so much to enjoy. And if it never comes out, that's fine too. Not every story needs to be finished. I wish Cody Rhodes realized that. The random wrestling reference. Anyway, obviously, you know, when you're invested in a story, you want to see the end of it. That'd be great, right? But if it never is, that's fine. You can just... It can just live in suspension in your brain, and you can imagine how it would have ended for yourself. Yeah, I feel the same about games. No, it counts for everything. Games, music, whatever. I would rather the artists take however long they need, even if it means it never comes out. I don't care. It doesn't... There's always more stuff to enjoy. And I don't want an artist to feel forced to shit out something because they need to for the audience or publisher. So. I do, but I'm wholly preoccupied trying to understand what's being written. Sure, Mapo. I get that. I think you need to be ready to accept that maybe you'll need to read it twice. And I feel the same about stuff like The Book of the New Sun, for instance. Only really started making sense for me on the second read-through. And I'm going to read it for a third time soon enough, and I'm sure I'm going to learn a lot more about the book and understand a lot more about the book when I do. It's not something you can just read once and get it, I don't think. Unless you're like like an expert and you really study it as you're reading it, but that's a whole other approach, I guess. Yeah, sure, Cryptstick, yeah. I read Mistborn, like the first trilogy, and I read his like young adult stuff, like the Reckoners and Star, whatever what's called, the space thing, which I thought were pretty good. I enjoyed the Reckoners a lot. Yeah. I thought Mistborn was amazing. I don't get me wrong. I think it's a great fucking world and everything, but I should definitely get into the Stormlight archives one of these days. What's up, Awashish? How are you doing today? Not every story needs to be finished. Cries in Berserk. Yeah. And listen, the option exists, Uma, right? You don't have to read it if you don't want to. If you only wanted to have Miura's vision of it, you don't need to read the rest. You can, and I mean that like sincerely. You can resist the temptation of opening that box and just accept that what you read was the story and imagine the rest of it. I know it's hard to do, but you can definitely do it. Or you can risk it and read whatever someone else is going to do with it and maybe be disappointed, and maybe that's going to taint your overall experience. Miura told all of the story to his friend. Well, okay, there's a few things here, Businella. First of all, telling the story to someone does not equal actually doing it. There's a few people out there that know some of my stories because I told it to them. They wouldn't be able to write the novel the way I would write it. That would not work. And second of all, there's a chance they're telling you that from a marketing standpoint to make sure that you're gonna buy the books and be like, oh yeah, but it's based on the actual story, right? Maybe told the story to his friend means there was like a paragraph worth of notes about, yeah, I kind of want the story to go there. That's my idea. In passing, you know, oh yeah, I think this is gonna happen. And that's it. Which doesn't make the whole thing. But again, I don't know. But even if he went in details over the plot and the themes and everything that the rest of his story was going to be, which again sounds really weird that someone would do that out of nowhere, that still doesn't equal actually writing and drawing the thing. But, you know. So my point stands. You can risk it and read it, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Or you can just let it be and never read the end of it, and that's okay. Yeah, and I mean, it goes deeper than that, Mopo, I think. Like, again, like, you know, just giving a rough outline of your plot to your editor or your friend or whoever doesn't go into the minutia of actually making the choices with the characters as they happen and having to write all of that detail. And I'm not even touching on the drawing part of it, which is another whole fucking thing when it comes to manga and stuff, right? And all the theme, like the theme work. I always go back to theme because that's the most important part of a story. All that shit happens almost on a subconscious level sometimes. Meaning only the actual writer can write that shit. And be what it was meant to be, right? Now, obviously, there's going to be an ending to Berserk, and it's going to be whatever that ending is, and whoever is going to write it is going to put their own stuff in there, and maybe it's going to be great, right? And if it's great, everyone will be super happy, right? If it's not, there will always be this little doubt of it may have been good if the original writer wrote it, right? Yeah, Cryptstick. I think it's been doing that for decades at this point. Yeah. It's very common in the crime novels industry, actually. It's extremely common that the writers are just like pen names at this point, and it's just a bunch of writers writing for them. Mori himself said to not expect the same level of story. Yeah, I think that's a bit also, that's the sort of like Japanese modesty, right? They enjoy... I think generally, like in Japanese culture, I feel like there's a lot of modesty involved, right? They're like, oh, you know, like you shouldn't expect too much or blah blah blah. Even if Mori's shit was better than Miura's, let's just imagine a world where that's the case. He would still be like, oh, well, you know, you shouldn't expect it to be on the same level as Master Miura or whatever, right? It's sort of that sort of cultural thing there, I feel. It may be a stereotype, but it does feel like a cultural thing. Same with, what was it, the Wheel of Time, right? In a way. Nothing to do with Japanese there, but I'm sure Sanderson doesn't think that his novels are as good as Jordan's, you know. Even though, arguably, maybe they are. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I never thought Jordan was that great of a writer. I don't know. His books... Okay, listen. I'm gonna ruffle a few feathers here. I think Jordan's books read like they're older than they are. I don't know if you guys understand what I mean. When I read them, I'm like, that shit was written in like the 60s. But no, it's like, it's pretty, you know, it's pretty modern. It's just, it's too inspired by old dusty fantasy, I guess is the way I would put it. Sanderson's take on it was a lot more modern. But I know, sacrilege. Yo, Jackie, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. What were you playing today? Jordan came from writing Conan the novel. Yeah. I guess to me it feels like it's a modern fantasy writer trying to somehow write something like Dune. Okay, hold on, I'm choosing my words there. It felt like he was trying to write something like Frank Herbert, but with a modern sensitivity. I don't know, it's weird. New chapters published post Miura. I think they're pretty good. Hey, that's great. That is fantastic. So was this an actual raid, or was this new trend that people do? Is that they start their stream and then they raid people with no viewers so that they can get attention on their own channels? That's something I've seen more and more people do. It's so weird. Yes, I figured. Yeah, Radical, you start your channel, right? And then you raid people. Raiding doesn't end your stream. It just sends your chatters away, right? So you can basically start your stream and you raid a bunch of people, gets your name out there, right? And then you're just, you know, when you have no viewers, it doesn't matter if you raid out, right? Yeah. It's such a weird thing. I don't know. Hey, I mean, if that's what they want to do, good luck for them to get any viewers ever. That's not how it works, unfortunately. Elmore Leonard's 10th rule of writing: try to leave out the part that readers tend to skip. Yep. Yeah, my approach to writing is very in tune with that, I think. My first drafts are typically much longer than my final drafts. I do overwrite a lot when I'm first drafting because I just let my brain just, you know, run with it. And then I just remove everything that's not completely necessary. And then I remove even more because I like I don't know, I like minimalistic descriptions. I like leaving a lot of room for interpretation and mystery and all that stuff, so. I wonder what the right way to go about it is. Surely subjective. If you're finishing someone else's work, do you try to channel the original author? Do you not hold back on being you writing it? I don't know, Mopo. I think that's a hard question. I think it depends on a lot of things. I think there's probably somewhere in the middle that's correct, but ultimately you do what the publisher wants you to do. Or the you know, the estate or the right owners or what the writer themselves wanted, right? Maybe the writer was your friend and they told you, hey, I'm gonna die, I want you to finish my work, please be yourself, or please stick with how close to what I'm doing as you can, or whatever, right? I don't know. My personal choice is never finish anyone else's work, just leave it be. I would rather let something be unfinished rather than finishing it, you know. But again, if the writers knows that they're gonna pass because they're ill or something, and they're like, I would like you to finish my work, then I think that's great. It's you've got like a direct approval, right? For a time, I tried to be a writer. Unfortunately, I mainly lean towards horror and Lovecraftian, which is tricky because if it doesn't land, it does not land. Well, I mean, you're probably still young, right, Kuma? There's plenty of time for you to get back to it. I tried to be a writer very often in my life when I was younger. Every 5 years or so, I would try to be a writer again, and it took a long time for me to actually manage to do it, you know? And even now, sometimes I'm like, am I still really a writer? I haven't written so long, like properly, you know, finished something. Do I still qualify? Do I still, you know, am I still deserving of that title? I don't fucking know. And if I was, I don't know if I can still finish anything. I mean, that's what I was saying even when I was doing it. Even when I was finishing things, I was like, I only know that I can finish a novel when I finish a novel. That's my sign of, oh, I was able to finish that one. Right? I only know how to write a novel when I'm done writing it. That was always my sort of like mental understanding of the process. Until the novel's finished, I am not qualified to finish it or write it. It's all a learning process until you're finally ready and the thing is done. And then you can start again for the next one, because every novel, every project is different, right? So, I don't know. It's a weird, complicated thing, man. You're only truly qualified to do something once you're done with it. That's my understanding of writing. Ah, damn it! I need to actually focus on learning his moveset so I can survive longer. And that's why I know a lot of streamers who have a 5 to 10 viewer limit on getting raid alert. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, personally, you know, obviously that makes sense, but I want people who are actually streaming and are actually trying to do something, who maybe only get like a couple of viewers or even just themselves, to be able to raid. I think that's fair. I'm just putting my trust in people, right? Also, I don't have like big alerts or anything. I don't make a big deal out of raids in general, which is probably why I don't get in. But it just is what it is, you know? It doesn't matter to me if someone's trying to exploit the system. It doesn't reflect on me whatsoever. That's on them. Okay, it does 2 here. Maybe even 3. You know. 4. Ugh. Speaking of Berserk, that thing could be straight out of those fucking mangas. Crazy. We're more qualified than 99% of people in Twitch chat claiming to be a thing. Oh, I don't know if that's true. But... What I know Captain Dax, is whenever I'm ready to write another book or whatever, I know I'll be able to learn how to do it along the way. Because I've done it before. So I know I don't have to worry if it seems hard or if it seems like I'm lost. That's part of the process. And I think in a lot of ways, that's the real skill you develop as a writer. You develop the skill to be able to navigate the uncertainty and the doubt and the feeling of my story makes no sense and I'm lost and I don't know where to go with it. That's the actual skill you develop. The specific skills to actually write any project is unique to every project, I feel like. So that's something you need to reinvent every time, right? You're gonna face different problems and find different solutions with every new book that you start writing, or every new project, not necessarily just books. And so the skill set you need for every project is gonna be slightly different. You need to, relearn it and work on it every time. So the real skill, again, I really believe in that, is just knowing that you can navigate that uncertainty and that sort of, those periods of doubts. That's the real thing you built over the continuity of your career. What's up, facehugger? Might sound like a dickhead, but so often people just like talk themselves up big time. I'm a musician, I'm a voice actor. What works in your portfolio? Nothing. Well, I understand what you mean, but I also see the other side of that, which is, it really depends, right? We may be talking about like different context, right? But when I hear someone like telling me like, oh, I would love to be a writer, or I want to be a writer, and I want to work on my shit, and I like to shift the mindset. You are a writer. You just haven't written your first novel yet. And I don't mean that you need to, you're not gonna go like, apply for a writer's job and be like, oh yeah, I'm a writer, if you don't have anything, right? That's different. I'm talking like really just in terms of like mindset. Putting yourself in the mindset of, I am this thing that I want to be, and I'm just, I'm doing the work. I think for me, definitely helped me actually finish things. When I was like, okay, now I'm gonna be a writer. That's what I want to do. And I sat down and I started working, and I was on the mindset every day that I was a writer and I needed to, do the work of a writer. And that's how I got, that's how I actually got to finishing things. But obviously, it's a bit of a different context, right? Captain Dax, it's not. I wasn't like publicly claiming that I was a writer, I guess, or trying to get writing gigs or whatever, right? It was sort of a thing I was telling myself to push myself, I guess, to be in the right headspace. What's up, Granada? How are you doing today? Yeah, for sure, Kuma. Yeah, I see that sometimes, like people just, streaming themselves chat in other chats, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't understand what you're doing there, sir. No, of course, Captain Dax. That's why I was saying, like, I think we're talking about like slightly different manifestation of the thing, right? Mine is more about just the things you tell yourself, not others. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, ultimately, and I think that qualifies, that's valid for everything, not just writing. You need to finish something. You need to finish things. To me, it was the first full draft I finished was a terrible story of, it wasn't even a big thing. It was like 30,000 words. It was a pretty short novel aimed at like young kids that I wanted to write as an exercise. I told myself I'm not writing this thing to really publish it ever. I just want to practice the act of finishing something, completing a first draft, right? And I remember doing it, and my entire mindset, my entire understanding of writing shifted as soon as I finished it. It was such a weird feeling. Because as soon as I finished it, even though it was complete garbage, there was a click in my mind that happened where I was like, oh, I can do this. I can definitely do this. I finished a first draft. I finished a story. I can just do it again. I can do it longer. I can do it better. It doesn't matter if it's still garbage. I can get from point A to Z. And then I can rewrite it, and then I can make it better. If I'm able to finish something, I can always do it again and improve on it every time. And at some point, it's going to be readable. Eventually. Right? That's sort of the mindset. But you got to finish something. I see too many people who want to write, who maybe write like a first chapter and then maybe a second chapter, and then they're like, oh, the first chapter is not great, I'm gonna rewrite it. Or they spend eternity rewriting their first or second chapter, first 3 chapters or whatever, and they never finish a full story, right? Because they think, oh, the beginning needs to be, like, the beginning's trash, I can't write the rest of it if the beginning's bad already, right? Like, that makes no sense to them. It's like, I need my first chapter to be good before I can write the rest of it, right? Like, that makes, I need strong foundations. That's what they think, you know, is the process. Which seems to logically make sense, right? You're like, chapter 1's the foundation, and I need it to be strong to build the rest on top of it. But that's not true. That's not exactly what it is. That's not how writing works, in my experience. The foundation is your first full draft. Your full first draft, that's the foundation. And because writing is not building a house, those foundations can be just as shit as you need them to be. They just need to be there. They can actually be garbage. Because then you're going to rewrite it. And then you're going to make them better. And then you're going to consolidate all those foundations, right? And then, you know, in many ways, the way I'm seeing it is even like when you send your manuscript to a publisher, you're still you still just have the foundations in a way. But then when you start working with an editor, that's when you start like building the walls and putting the paint on and doing all the nice little things. I don't know. I don't think it's a great analogy, but ultimately my point stands. You need to finish a first draft. A bad, terrible first draft of 10 chapters complete will teach you more than writing 100 first chapters, no matter how good they are. Even though you may write a lot more if you write 100 first chapters, you will learn a lot less than writing a first full shitty draft. I very strongly believe that. So, if that helps someone, great. You need to finish 12 things and they all will probably suck. Yep. Succeeding doesn't hurt, but most hard skills, the hardest part is dealing with the feeling associated with the process, the stress, the confusion. Yep. I agree. Yeah, no, I understand that, Pitkiss. Like, when I finish a first draft, I never get back to it for a long time. Like, I let my first draft rest for at least 6 months before I touch them again. I need to sort of have a fresh eye when I get back to them, and most of the time I am disgusted by what I'm reading when I get back to it, because they're really bad. They're not meant for anyone else but me to read, right? Like, I don't even want to read them. So yeah, exactly, Cryptstick. But that's the thing, right? That is exactly the thing. That's why your first draft can and needs to be bad. Nobody's gonna read that. It's just for you. So you can allow yourself for it to be as bad as it needs to be finished. That's the goal. The quality doesn't matter. It just needs to be completed. I strongly believe in that. It comes with this implicit necessity for expectations. Expectations can screw you up. You keep moving the goalposts. You mean as far as your expectations of your own work, Philinor? Yeah. It's good and okay to make something terrible? Hell yeah, exactly. What's up, Kawauso? Kawauso. Welcome in. How are you today? Run, thank you for gifting us up to the community. I appreciate that. And it goes to Super Nintendo. That's a great name. Thank you, Run. I appreciate you. And Nintendo, you will be remembered. Finishing a first draft is more than 80% of people who want to write will do. Oh, I would say over 90%, in fact. Yeah. Finishing a first draft is a huge accomplishment. I think once you finish a first draft, no matter how shitty it is, if you manage to do that, there's a pretty good chance you will eventually get published. And I mean that, like, sincerely. I wouldn't say it's like, you know, over 50% chance or anything, but there's a pretty reasonable chance you will. If you're in the mindset of, I want to be a writer and I want to get my books published or whatever, but you never finish a first draft and you're just like repeating first chapters and abandoning projects over and over, you'll never get there, obviously. If you finish a first draft, I think you're well on your way. Because it means you know you can finish something, and you can just do it again and again and again until it hits. So. Yeah, exactly, Shepard. You can't write a first draft that's great. And the reason for that is you haven't written the story yet. How could it be good on the first attempt? That's not how it works. You sketch it out and then you make it better. It's like drawing, right? I think the analogy, like the comparison with drawing is very visual, so it makes a lot of sense to people, but your first sketch when you're drawing doesn't look like the final product. It's just a sketch, right? And then you start improving on it, and then you put lines, and then you put colors, and then you know, iterations, right? Same with gaming. Like, look at an alpha version of a video game that you love. Say you love, you know, take any game that you love, and then you look on YouTube for like first prototypes or alpha versions of that game, and look at how shitty they look, like how janky and bad it looked and played and all of that. It's the exact same process. That's your first draft right there. But for some reason with writing, I think the fact that we never really get to see those first drafts and you only see the final product, there's no like making of a book, you know, like you can't see the process as much as other more visual mediums, for instance. I think it leads to that expectations that it needs to be good right away. And I think part of that is also due to the process of writing, which is a lot more accessible than a lot of other, like, that's an interesting thing because I've heard that very often, but like, how many people tell you like, oh, I don't know how to draw, right? Because you know you don't know how to draw. Because if you try to draw, you see it right away, how terrible it is, right? It's visual, it's right in front of you. There's no dodging reality. You try to draw a face, it doesn't look like anything. You know you don't know how to draw. Writing allows people to fool themselves that they know how to write much more easily. Because, you know, you've been to school, you've learned how to write to a certain degree, and it's easy to write a few sentences or a paragraph that, you know, it looks like writing. It's less visually striking how bad it is. So it's harder for people to realize they don't know how to write yet, right? They don't have the notion of what a plot is, of what a theme is, of what, you know, all the levels of writing is, and how to actually get to a full finished novel. You think, oh, well, I can write a couple of paragraphs, so I'm good. But that would be like learn how to draw an eye really well. And then because you draw an eye really well, you think you can draw an entire comic book. That's not how it works, right? But yeah, it's a lot easier to fool yourself with writing. So you need to accept that you don't know how to write yet, and that's okay. You're just gonna practice, but practice comes with writing an entire first draft, not just, you know, just like drawing a comic book is not just writing and drawing an eye over and over. Like not being able to draw a crowd, I don't know. I mean, drawing a crowd is certainly a skill, you know? My daughter did not know how to draw. It started to use a pen and paper very early on. I'm amazed when I look at her drawings. She's 9 years old. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I mean, nobody knows how to do anything. Like, nobody is born being an artist. I don't think that's a thing. Short form writing and long form writing are drastically different as well. Yeah. The dialogue in your head changes. You aren't careful about how you associate what you did with your expectations and your goals. You feel like you failed. Negative feelings associated with it can be good, can motivate you to do better, but if you aren't careful, you start to associate it with your identity. I'm stupid, I don't understand, I can't do this. Yes, that's true. That's the hard thing about the psychological aspects of doing anything, really. Right? And I think it goes back to a conversation we have very often, which is ego. You have to be able to let go of your ego and just accept that to be good at anything, you need to be bad for a long time while you're doing it. That's not just for art. Any type of work and learning experience, even games, right? Like if you play fighting games, for instance, that's a constant thing. You need to play bad to eventually play better. That's the same exact process. And that requires a lot of, like, just letting your ego just sort of you know, take those hits, which can suck. Like, it really sucks. Especially when you have ambition and you want to do something well, right? But and I think a big part of that, Philonor, also is this is not my saying. I've heard someone say that one day. I don't remember who it was, but it really hit me very strongly, which is the reason why when you write, you are extremely aware of how much what you write sucks, and it makes you feel you'll never get there, is because your taste is better than your skill. Because you've read books your entire life, you know what you enjoy reading. You've read those finished products, those finished books, and you're like, those are amazing, I know exactly what I like about them. But you're not able to do that yet, because you just haven't developed the skills yet. And you should take that as a chance, right? If you're not aware that what you're doing sucks, that's when it's dangerous. Because how can you improve on it if you don't know that it sucks, right? You're not gonna see the progression in front of you that's available. You should enjoy having such a killer taste and, you know, use that to sort of guide you, I guess. Have you ever read web novels where creators release and get paid per chapters? No. I've read a few, like, things that were posted online, but nothing like that gets paid per chapter or whatever. I think it's an interesting modern way of publishing, though. Self-publishing, I would say. Or, well, maybe there's companies that do that now, I don't know, but I know there's a French, like, there's a French publisher that does that with an app. They have an app, and you can basically read the first chapter of a bunch of stories for free, and then you can pay per chapter to keep reading. Or get a subscription. I don't know, it's like a Netflix of reading. Which, I don't know if it still exists, or if it actually is doing well, but I know it's a thing. Yeah. I don't know, I think the written fiction world can adapt to modern publishing practices. You know, the internet, mobile. I'm just not sure it's for me. I think, you know, like, going back to short chapters that you can read on the subway during your commute to work or whatever. on your phone with an app. I think those are interesting modern ways of like making writing more appealing to a lot of younger people, but I don't know if it's quite for me though. Which interestingly, it's kind of going back to what people used to do with newspaper, right? You would have like a little short piece of a story in newspapers, and every day you would get another part. Where can I read your work? I mean, it's in French, Boomstika, so unless you speak French, nowhere. If you do speak French, you just Google my name, you'll find it. No? What about talents? Do you think there's a thing, or even though you're not born an artist, maybe you're just better at learning it for some reason? Perseverance, constant learning. Oh man, that's a difficult question, Shepard. I think it's foolish to think that everyone's born equal. Unfortunately, right? Like, we all have, you know, some people are just smarter, some people are just quicker, some people are, you know... only like if we're only talking like about the biological aspect of it for starters, right? Obviously we're all different, right? People are built in different ways that make them more apt to do certain things. I think that's just the reality of biology, right? So that can play a role, of course. Some people, like if you're literally like if your brain power is higher, it will be easier for you to be a writer, right? Just like, I don't know, if your limbs are longer, you'll be a better climber or runner, right? Like all those things are just you're not necessarily going to be better, but you have a better starting position, I guess. And then more than that, more than the biological aspect, I think. Well, outside of outliers, of course. Like if you have like developmental issues, it's going to be hard for you to be a writer. Just like if you're, unfortunately, like if you're born disabled, it's going to be hard for you to, it's going to be harder for you to be a you know, a manual laborer or whatever, right? But outside of outliers, I think a more important aspect rather than biological stuff is sociological. You know, what context were you born in? I think that plays a huge role. If you were born to a family that is very intellectual, you have parents that have a lot of books, that read you story from a young age, there's a ton of books in your house that you can enjoy, and you do so, right? And you go to a decent school where the teachers are decent, and obviously you're in a much better position to be talented at things like art and writing and drawing and science and all that stuff, right? That's just, unfortunately, a huge factor, right? As opposed to being born in the slums of Calcutta, right? Like, there's just logic there that unfortunately is, it's the reality of life, I guess, right? Like, sociological context and upbringing is going to matter a lot, so. But other than that, I don't know. I don't know, maybe some people are more inclined to be talented at something, but ultimately talent doesn't do shit, right? I think talent can make you faster at learning something, if you're what we call talented. And again, I describe talent as all those factors that are outside of your control, right? Biological, sociological, etc. But it's not gonna do the work in your stead, right? Like two people, let's say, you know, two people with very different upbringings start trying to be a writer. One of them is gonna be faster and is gonna get there faster. Sure, the one who was in a context that nourished that sort of aspirations. He's going to be faster than the one who maybe was born in, you know, like an impoverished country, or, you know, without books around them or anything, of course. But ultimately, I don't think... It doesn't change that the end result's not determined by that, right? In fact, maybe there's some things you're going to learn along the way of being in a more difficult context that are going to help make your end product a lot better, right? In a way. Who knows? You're definitely... regardless of the art you're making, it can give a different kind of nourishment to what you're trying to do, so... I don't know. I just think it changes the speed at which you're gonna be able to progress, I guess. But it definitely doesn't determine your ceiling. Yeah. I think that's the best way for me to phrase it, if that makes sense. I'm not sure. It's a difficult question. I don't think I'm qualified to answer it, but... if you're asking me, I'll try to find an answer, I guess. How are you today, Rian King? Unfortunately, question mark, without books. You need to make full sentences, Kawa, if you want me to be able to follow what you're trying to say. I'm not sure what you're referring to when you just put a word. There's a lot of words being said on stream, so my apologies, but... Are you an outliner, more of a freedom writer, hybrid? I would say I'm more of an outliner, even though I don't like to... I like outlining my plot, Cryptstick. I don't... and my plot and a little bit of thematic and character work, but not too much in depth when it comes to theme and characters. I like letting that happen sort of as I'm writing, but I need to have a plot that's pretty detailed. And the fun thing is, I'm, you know... if I start writing a first draft, my plot's usually pretty set in stone, but I allow myself to navigate it a little bit. And I don't know very much about my characters. I have like certain key traits and points. Stuff that's like directly relevant to the plot. But I like finding out about their personality as I'm writing them, I guess. But again, I don't think I have like one... only one process. It just depends on the project that I'm writing. Ego is tied to identity. Well, you don't need to completely let go of your identity. You need to be careful with it. Have to make aware choices about beliefs. Yep. Sucking at something is the first step towards being sort of good at something. Agreed. Yep. Having parents that didn't support creativity was awful. That sucks, Radical, yeah. Here's the guitar you've been wanting. Quit playing that, you're making too much noise. Yeah. Talent is a head start, skill is a gap closer. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Rian King. Talent determine the floor on which you start, or how fast you can climb the first few stairs. It definitely doesn't affect the ceiling, though. Sure, Illinois, yeah. Kids whose parents don't have books at home or read at all are bad at reading. Turns out, yeah, what a strange phenomenon. As a teacher, I was always that's a funny thing. As a teacher, I was always able to tell which kids had books at home and that had, you know, parents maybe that were reading them stories as they were younger. It's instantly apparent. Like, you can tell. Not just with their reading, but also their, you know, how they write and how their spelling is from a young age. And it's not a, you know, a perfect science or anything, but in a lot of cases you could immediately tell, for sure. And it makes, unfortunately, makes a huge, well, unfortunately, I mean, it is what it is, but it makes a huge difference, right? Like, not just in their writing and reading, but just their overall performance in the school system, which I hate that word because I don't think the school system should be about performance, but unfortunately that's how it's designed, so whatever. You can only do so much as a teacher to mitigate that, I guess. We read every day with my daughter. She's stubborn ass. Keep doing it, Cassie. Even if she's not too pleased about it, keep doing it. But not, you know, not to the point, I guess, that she would be. Well, I mean, I'm not here to give you parenting advice, but I think it's a good thing to continue. She will eventually be grateful, I'm sure. Bad timing. Okay, his moveset is not too complicated. I just need to put my mind to it for a little bit and you know, actually learn the fight. It's a very loud fight though, Jesus. She told me the other day that she hates to try because she hates to get things wrong. That's exactly what we were talking about, right? I don't know if you were here for the beginning of the conversation, but it's a difficult thing to accept that you're going to be bad at something. So, yeah, I you know, you gotta... I think that's an important skill to teach kids. As a teacher, that was something that I like focusing on, is making failure and mistakes feel like a positive part of the process and not like a, well, not like a failure, right? Like making mistakes should not be considered a failure, but just part of a positive part of the process. And that's a hard thing to, you know, for all the reasons we mentioned, like the ego stuff and other kids been mean to you when you do get things wrong, and like it's definitely something that needs to be constantly reminded in the class, at least. When I was a teacher, I would always make sure kids knew that they could make mistakes, and that was a good thing. Yeah, Philinoria. That's unfortunately the way the world is designed to be. I don't have all the timings yet with this new weapon, and I especially don't have the stamina management down. The stamina management part is a little rough right now. Broke her arm last Friday at kindergarten. And kindergarten is almost over. I'm going to try to get her some reading games for the summer. That sucks about the arm though. Why did you decide to change outfits? So I want a exploration set and a boss killing set, right? My exploration set's still the shield and spear. This is my boss killing set for now, at least. And I wanted to use that talisman to get more damage, so I just wanted to wear something light just to cover my nuts, because I don't want to fight naked. A little, you know, I can't get consent from the bosses to fight naked, so I want to be respectful, you know? I don't want my balls to swing all over the place as I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm still not putting points in Vigor, Philinoria. I haven't put a single point in there. I still don't feel like I need to. It's more fun that way. Free hits for you? Yeah, I mean, I don't think it works that way in the game, though, unfortunately. I don't think I can woo the enemies with my beautiful abs. Yeah. I can't just freely swing, but I do a lot of damage if I let go of the full attack there. Oh, I need to try the skill too, see how much damage that does. Yeah, that thing. Remember how I started this adventure? All naked with a stick. That's how we started. That's the point, though. I worked hard to earn clothes. I'm not gonna let go of them now. When Dobby gets a sock, Dobby doesn't let go of the sock. Ah! Wrong timing. The stick got longer and sharper. Yeah, with 2 blades, yeah. I do like the weapon, though. It feels really good to swing. It's fun. I don't know if it's really a very efficient weapon for bosses, but it feels like something like a big two-handed sword or something that has a lot of stagger could be better, but it's never been about maximizing performance for me. It's about having fun and a certain sense of style. Oh. What are you doing? Oh my god, dude. How long was that wind-up for that move? I rolled like 4 times while he was winding up the move. What's up, Cyrus? How are you doing today? This is technically a wet nightgown contest with 1 participant. I will find a better robe eventually. This is just the best I have right now. Nude stick wielding Daniel killed his first boss in 30 minutes. That's true. We got the tree avatar or whatever the name was. No, the tree sentinel within 30 minutes. That's true. Your Dobby suck analogy and shove it. What? Oh, I didn't have stand. How are you, White Wolf? Good to see you. I don't think this fight's gonna take too long. I just need to get the fence in order. Get my dodges figured out. Right now I'm kind of mindlessly just swinging. I need to just really focus on the dodging, and then I'll be good. But also I was more focused on the conversation for the first hour of the stream, so. Which is fine. I don't stream just to play video games. That'd be boring. We would just watch YouTube if it was just about the game, right? Conversations are what's actually interesting about this. Swing! Oh my god, I hate that wind up. It's so long. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh my god. Okay. So, okay, there's a hitbox. Wait, I can get there, so I'm just gonna take damage. Oh my god! Shit. Yeah, that fight in particular is pretty loud, Shepard. Yeah. That fight in particular is pretty loud. Okay, so the critical hitbox is on the face, obviously, not the ass. So, considering how I'm fighting him, I don't think I'm gonna have access to it very often. Yeah, no, the game's a bit loud, but... Can you still hear me when I talk during the fight, or not at all? Oh, come on. That felt... Not very good at loud moments. Could just be me. What platform are you listening on, Shepard? Like mobile, speakers, headphones? I'm pretty sure we've heard that bus music before, yeah. Speakers? Okay. It's probably better on headphones because of the, you know, more precise sound separation, but... What's up, Bullvine? How are you doing today? Damn, that attack is so slow. Doing good? Hell yeah. What's up, Coily? How are you doing? The dragon fight had the same music? Yeah. Makes sense. It's a, you know, this thing is related to dragons in a way or not or another. I'm not sure exactly how yet, but we'll get there eventually. That thing is so cool though. Like that, the sound it makes when it screams is so fucking cool. Just managing the board archives, $10 and Warren. Mostly, I think. He almost looks like he's smiling when you look at him this way. There's a huge wide smile. Dude's just happy to fight. He's just sleeping down there waiting for, you know, someone to come pick a fight. Yeah. I mean, if many of you guys think it's too loud, I can lower it on your end for a little bit. That's no problem. My stam. Ugh. Ah. It's not okay. Headphones good on my end. Yeah, I think headphones always come. Sounds a little bit. I mean, my own balancing is done with headphones, so obviously that makes... Almost 500 subs on YouTube? Hell yeah. It's loud, but not too loud. Yeah, I mean, it's a boss fight. It should be loud, probably. They should exist on Twitch until the 19th. Yeah, I'm waiting for Twitch to just get rid of everything so I can stop getting that pop-up every time I go to my fucking dashboard. This is so annoying. The fact that they didn't think of having a pop-up where you can click like, okay, don't tell me that anymore, and you get that fucking pop-up every time, I swear to God. Anyway, so I'm waiting for them to just delete whatever automatically, and then I'll just delete the rest myself because I don't want to do all the work. I'm not gonna keep anything. I was thinking of keeping like the best playthrough of the channel on, you know, in highlight, but it's all over 100 hours, so we can't even do that. Like, I don't even think even Outer Wilds is over 100 hours. I think, right? So, whatever. The only thing we could keep would be something like Life is Strange, but I don't care about that. No, clips are staying. It's only highlights, Rian King. Only highlights. Clips are staying, VODs are staying for however long you have, like mine are 2 months, I think. So everything is you know, is staying, it's just the highlights. Many channels don't even use highlights. So for many people, it's literally not going to make any difference. Okay, that's an interesting thing I just picked up on. Rolling into the animation of that arm attack there, that slap, is a good thing. Like you get away from the lingering hitbox. That's really cool. No! Just okay. Thank God. Always unlock to do this. That's my personal note. Oh! That was a new attack I've never seen before. He smashes the ground and then lifts his hand and it does another attack. Oh shit. That was a dick move, yeah. I don't know if it's just an attack I've never seen before, or if he only does it after he gets critical hit, or if he only does it in second half of his health bar. A lot of options there. We'll see. Good run though. Good attempt. Rolling into the opposite direction of the attack seems to be the key there. I like that. Oh, let's go! What is this? Ah, I hate that attack. No! I'm not dead! Don't heal. It doesn't do anything. Don't heal. What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know what he's doing. What are you doing, sir? Let's go! Oh, that was so funny, dude. The one time I get hit and it doesn't kill me. And then he starts doing like some random shit. He screams, which staggers me for some reason, which he never did before. Oh my god, that was so funny, dude. What a fluke. Love it. Yeah, that was so funny, Cyrus. He never did it before in the fight, so I was like, now he's like in front of me. Does he have attacks that can, you know, like at a distance or anything? Which I was always close to him, so I had no idea what he would do. I just kind of rolled into it and prayed. Oh my god, that was so funny. Thank you for the A+, everyone. Thank you, B-Side, for the 13 months. I appreciate it. With Prime. Thank you, thank you. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. B-Side, you will be remembered. Yeah, I don't know, Thurlow. I don't know exactly what happened. And don't tell me, of course. I don't want to know, because knowing this game, there's a good chance we're going to see more of these. So, I'm sure we'll have other opportunities to learn about those nerds. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Rian King. My instinct was, oh shit, I survived, I need to heal. And then I was like, no, every fucking attack outside of this one thing that didn't kill me there one-shots me. So just don't bother healing. Like, it's a waste of time. And I'm very glad I just, you know, I just focused and, you know. Ugh. I totally snuck in the fluke window there. That was a pure fluke window. And I'm okay with it. 16k. Okay, that's quite a few souls. Alright, let's get dressed again. And put on my pants again. Good weapon. I really enjoy Twin Blade for boss fights. It's really fun. Makes me feel like I'm I don't know. Makes me feel like I'm actually like a warrior who just spins around and shit. Love that. So I'm getting used to the moveset a little bit, so yeah, no. I'm sure I'm gonna switch my weapons around a lot during this whole playthrough. It's gonna be a long playthrough, so I'm sure my exploring set will not look the same in 100 hours, and I'm sure my boss killing set won't look the same in 100 hours either, but for now, I'm very happy with my choices. Alright, let's see. We've explored this already. I doubt there's anything there. Such a great feeling beating a boss in a Souls game. Always, yeah. I mean, almost always. Some of them... Well, no, actually that's not true. Even the easier one that you just one-shot, it's just like you have that little moment of pride of like, yeah, one-shot that nerd. Beautiful. Also satisfying. White Wolf, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Crutch Destroyer. I question your judgment, White Wolf, but appreciate it, thank you. And Crutch Destroyer, you will be remembered, I guess. Yeah, Gotra. Yeah, I'm assuming a lot of people... I don't know when it comes to Elden Ring exactly what most people use, but based on other Souls games, I would assume katanas are very popular, or big two-handed swords. I think those are popular choices, right? We'll get to it, Jespo, don't worry about it. You're not allowed to tell me, like, you're not allowed to tell me what to do though, but you don't have to worry. Eventually, I'm gonna read it. Because at some point I'm going to open my inventory and I'm going to be like, oh, I didn't read that, right? So you don't need to remind me, don't worry. So I was expecting this to be a whole thing to explore. I was like fully expecting there to be a passage to bring me on the upper side of this. Oh. America's Scar Seal. That's interesting. Hold on. So, I haven't found a way to get up here or up there. Or up here, for that matter. And I'm pretty sure we've... At this point, we've explored everything. Like, I was super methodical. I checked every wall. Like, the only thing I can see is this, maybe bringing up us, but I know this thing brings us, I mean, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it brings us to the building we saw when we were in Dragon Barrel. It's like the other side of the elevator, right? So to speak. I mean, I'm seeing stuff outside of the map, so there's more to it than this for sure. I just don't know how to get up there. Either I missed something very obvious, or maybe not obvious, but I missed it, or I just need to come back later. The only thing I could see is I need to climb on this to get up there, but... Oh, I think it just meant lore and his autocorrect changed something. Anyway, we have a couple items to read in a second. Oh, I need to switch that around. There. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. Because I was pretty damn, you know, methodical. Check every fucking corner. But this is also this didn't lead to anything. Like this, I haven't used that ramp there, which makes me think maybe there's something. Like if I can jump on that and then this and then there. Nothing to jump on though. Like even with Torrent, I don't get up there. Maybe? Maybe if my jump's better? Hold on. Oof. Ah. There's no way. There's no way I make it up there. Nice. But no, nothing. I just love the sound when you scrape your blade against it. Okay. I guess there's just... We're gonna have to come later, I guess. I just... Where would this be? This isn't Kaled. Maybe there's an access from up there somewhere? Ooh, this is... Okay. What is this? Oh! This could be a thing that leads down there. Hold on! Like, this seems to be somewhere here. So maybe there's a thing that just goes down there. Hmm. But that doesn't help. It's a brainy. Yeah, I guess we'll have to eventually, yeah, pretty sure. We did this. This I expected was what was gonna lead me to the aqueduct part, right? Because it looked like a tower that I could climb, but nothing in there allows me to climb, not even from the merchant. So I guess I'll have to come back later to put a pin in that and... Hold on, I want to take some notes. Still need to do that. Oh, that we did. Find a way on the upper areas of Shufra with... Find a way to. So now the plan is to just get to that and see where it leads us. I mean, it's gonna lead us in Kaled, well, Dragon Barrow, but I don't want to go explore Kaled again or whatever, but I kind of want to take that elevator and see where it leads. Then we'll probably go back the other way again, where we came from, and keep exploring the Mistwoods. That's the plan. But I just want to take the elevator and see what happens. No big detour, just, you know, completion. Because who the fuck knows, actually. This may very well lead into this, who knows. And then eventually outside, but I don't know. Did I miss the dragon? Yeah, yes. I killed it. It is dead. Oh yeah, let's read the lore. Halberd shaped like a dragon, and wreathed with both ice and lightning. Alas, the Dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality, and perished as decrepit pale imitation of their skyborn kin. Never attained immortality and perished as decrepit pale imitation of their skyborn kin. So this is sort of... Okay. I'm reading that as... That creature is sort of like a zombie dragon. It fits with the, like, you know, almost rotten aspect of it. Like it misses his like his body is hollowed, and he seems like, you know, seems to be like a dried up, you know, corpse. So they never attained immortality as opposed to the original dragons. Yeah, the details on the weapon is really cool. Let's let me carry it so we can see. Cool weapon. Oh, it's a lot smaller than I expected. Very fucking cool, yeah. The little claw thing, the dragon face. Can I? No, okay. I wondered if you could poke with the shield up, but no. Nope. Just a decent halberd. And we got Marika's Scar Seal. Raises attribute, but also increases damage taken. Wait, isn't that just the exact same thing? Hold on. Raises attributes, but also increases damage taken. Oh, it raises different attributes. Oh, interesting. The two of them together raises like all the... this is like physical and this is like mind stuff. Fun. An eye engraved with an Elden Rune, said to be the Queen of the seal of Queen Marika. Raises blah blah blah, and also increases damage taken. These seals represent the lifelong duty of those chosen by the gods. I find it disturbing that it looks like an eye, right? Like it's like, did they get their eyes removed? I don't know. As a symbol of their marriage or something, like, or maybe when they died, they like extracted their eyes from them to get their powers or something. I don't know. Interesting. I mean, it says an eye, Pastuf, so. Also, I don't know. I'm willing to. I don't want to presume, but I'm willing to wager that Queen Marika doesn't have balls. But what the fuck do I know? She could. Yeah. This game is so lore dense and all that. Reminds me of my favorite manga. Yeah. Does it happen to be Berserk? Because if this game reminds you of Berserk, you are correct. It is definitely very inspired by it. I mean, the little witch with a hat, fucking giant tree and all that. This thing could not be more Berserk if it tried. Which, you know, all the Dark Souls games were inspired by that aesthetic, of course, but... This one goes the extra mile with the visuals. Quick! Ah, shit! What a dick. I got 6 souls for some reason. Bleach? Interesting. I think I read the first manga of Bleach. It didn't really hit for me, I don't think. But I hear it's pretty good. It's certainly successful. What's up, Elden Lord? I love the sound of those sheeps. What's the name for the sheeps? Paul in English. I love hearing them there in this cave because you can hear like the reverb of this giant cave. Ah, yeah, but isn't there like an official verb or a name? That asshole's trying to snipe me from the other side of the fucking. Thank you, Google. Oh, you asshole! Immediately popped my bubble. I hate that. Dude, what's with those rats? This place is super aggressive. Almost went too far there. I love this place. Exploring this place is amazing. I think there's a chance it's my favorite place in the entire game so far. I mean, I don't know. The castles were pretty good to explore. I think the Weeping Peninsula in general was neat. I'm excited to explore Mistwoods. I love a good dark wood sort of vibe, you know? So that should be fun. But yeah, I mean, this place is just too beautiful. Look at this shit! Oh my god, this looks so good. Oh, what was that? Nothing. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, that's some of that fiery material we need to get. I mean, I don't think we need. Oh, can I go down there? Probably not, right? How's everyone doing today? We good? What day is it? Friday? Wednesday, sorry. Oh yeah, Wednesday. Formic Rod. What's up, Colette? How are you doing? Oh shit. Some more of those pillars, huh? Again, getting that Ash Lake vibe, sort of. How is a cave that big in a place like this? At least, you know, one thing I will say is, as opposed to something like Dark Souls 2, for instance, I enjoyed that the length of the elevator getting you down there makes sense based on the size of the cave. Right? It's sort of like, it fits the whole, you go down far enough that this cave could be there. As opposed to something like, you know, in Dark Souls 2 you see a lot of those transitions don't really make a lot of sense. Is that a grace? No, okay. Day off tomorrow could be worse, yeah. Friday would be weird unless you stream on... No, I said Friday while thinking about another... Let's keep putting points. Entrance. Below the Well is the name of this place. Yeah, someone made a little camp here. God, this is so cool. Yeah, I mean, DS1 is hard to match in that regard. Like, DS1 was doing something really impressive. But at the same time, it's interesting because DS1, the way it interconnects is really, like, fun and exciting and all that, but if you actually look at the map, like if you can take the whole world and look around, like in a 3D software, it doesn't look very realistic, right? Like the way things are positioned, but it makes sense in the context of the game because you never get to see the bigger picture of the way the game's sort of limited in scope. So it kind of works really well, even though it all doesn't look very real if you look at the whole thing. In a game like this, you know, you need the greater scope to look sort of plausible because you have those big open areas and you can see very far, and so it's a little more difficult. Do you think Elden Ring would be better or worse with base building like Fallout 4? The simple fact that you're asking the question, Thurlow, makes me sick to my stomach. Much, much worse. I always lean towards simplicity. Remove all the stuff that is not completely essential to the experience. Even the crafting in here is questionable. I am okay with it. I think I enjoy the crafting quite a bit. It's fun to collect your little things and craft your items to help you on your journey, but no, but I'm giving you shit there a little bit. No base building for me, thank you. I'm sure you know this is a very like subjective thing, but yeah, no, I don't care for it. Clarifying horn charm. Fallout 4 is worse because of the base building? I don't know. I think Fallout 4 in survival mode, the base building was actually a pretty fun part of it. Because it made sense. You want those outposts to be built so that it, you know, it helps you on your journeys, since you can't fast travel and all that. But that's specific to survival mode, I think. An accoutrement worn by ancestral followers raises focus. Oh, focus governs resistance to sleep and madness. Said to be a budding horn, the ancestral followers believe that the horns of a long-lived beast continue to bud like antlers, over and over again, until the beast one day becomes an ancestral spirit. Ooh. The horns of a long-lived beast continue to bud like antlers over and over again until the beast one day becomes an ancestral spirit. Post-apocalyptic world where people struggle to maintain shit, becomes a magical genie who inexplicably moves massive concrete slabs, eats junk, spits out fusion reactor. Yeah. That, I don't think you're wrong. But that's kind of like, that's gaming in general, right? Like the player character is always a bit of a, the logic of a player character in a lot of video games is questionable. Yeah, I think that was my story, right? $10. We got to Nuka World. We were made the Lord of Nuka World, and I was like, you know what? I'm good. This place is great. Everyone thinks I'm the boss. I'm just gonna chill in my you know, penthouse lounge and just get everyone to work for me. Okay, that's what I thought. I actually need to activate this shit. Ah, fuck. I mean, I did get some... Yeah, I did get some stone sword keys here, so I have 10. So that's fine. Yep. Alright. As always, gotta check under the well first. Okay. And now we wait. Assuming it's gonna take a little bit. So what do you guys want to talk about while we wait for the elevator to come back? Few moments later. How far are you in Clair Obscure? Still at the beginning of Act 2. I've only done side stuff yesterday. So far, what has been the best boss you've beaten in a Souls game? I think Lady Maria, like aesthetically and all that, was the best. The most fun fight I've had, Midir, maybe, or Sister Frida, maybe? I don't know. Why is a lot of video game writing so bad? I don't know. I don't think it's bad. Oh, well, I mean, I would question the statement. Like, I think a lot of writing in general is bad. Across every medium, including books. So I think video games are not exempt. I think writing's not necessarily the main focus of many games, right? Gameplay is a big part of the resources invested, so maybe the writing suffers a little bit for it. Very often games are written by people who are not like really writers, right? They're just written by whoever has a story idea on the team or whatever, like, or the creative director. I'm looking at you, David Cage, right? So I think that doesn't help as well, but yeah, I don't know. And they don't want to spend money bringing in like proper writers, or they want to keep control over their stuff. How would you feel about a Souls Elden Ring level editor to make your own dungeon, Mario Maker style? Not for me, but I'm sure people would enjoy it. Let's see where... Oh my god, this is so cool! Look at this fucking place from here. Oh, and now we can see shit. Please give me a window so I can see everything from up there. This elevator is a lot more boring than the other one. The other one had like windows where you could see like the world and all that. That was really neat. Oh god. Guys, we're back. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to come back here. Oh boy. This is indeed what I saw when we were up there. Why not? There's a big ass bear over there. I mean, listen, I am not about to explore this entire place. I'm going back, and I'm going back to the Mistwoods. I need a little structure in my life. Going on another fucking detour in Caelid is not part of the deal there. I just wanted to confirm that it led there. That there was no other passage that, you know, led to the upper areas of the river. I'm just gonna take the fucking Grace, and I'm out of here. What's up, Raspinar? How are you doing? Hello, adventurer. From Living Grave to Caelid, teleportation, walking on the road from underground. Yeah, plenty of ways to go places. Very cool. So I even know, like, we've seen what's there. Like, if you continue on that road, there's like a giant ass archer. And then the whole arena. Well, I mean, okay, hold on. 1 second. I could just explore this all the way up to the arena, right? It's a small little thing down there. It's not a huge, giant detour, right? I'm not gonna go like all the way down and then Caelid and all that, right? Just a little, you know, peek here. While we're here, it wouldn't hurt too much, right? That's what we said the last giant detour that was taken. What the fuck? We're now on a detour within a detour. It's And this is just a little piece of, you know, there's... Oh, unless you can explore there. And all the way around. Nah, probably not, right? It's just a little thing, and then this arena thing. Oh, this could be a boss fight too. I don't know. I just want to take a look. I'm not gonna, you know... Are those things not gonna... Yeah, they're... I think they're leaving me alone. I just don't attack them. These ones exploded. The other ones leave me alone. What a strange creature this is. Okay, see, that's the problem though. Like that giant ass. Oh, how did he see me? Yeah, that big ass creature, I'm not excited to fight though. Yeah, oh my god, he's on a ledge too. I can't even... Oh my god. Yeah, that's gonna suck. Geronimo! Oh god, I hate myself. Oh god, there's a second one. Oh my god, how do we even... Oh my god, I am doing no damage whatsoever. I don't understand what's happening. Also, there's another one. That's very scary. Two of them fighting me at the same time. Am I gonna get... Okay, hold on. I need to see how much damage I actually do there. Never mind! Easy! What the fuck was that? Gravel stone, that's a new material. Yeah, I did not expect to one-shot that thing. Holy crap, dude. I'm so scared of getting one-shot. Oh, shit. Okay, let's see. The gravel stone, a small clump of sharp, pointed stone used for crafting. Such compound stones found in lands once beset by ancient dragons are said to be the scales of those very beasts. Oh, like remnants of dragons of old. Pretty cool. I like that. A large wooden shield covered with spikes. Though relatively light, it lacks damage negation. Designed to perform shield bashes, these attacks riddle the enemy with holes, earning it the nickname of Hard Shield. Okay. Okay, well, got a second archer to kill. And then we're good. And then whatever that giant ass thing is there. Holy crap, dude. It is really a pod crossing its arms. What the fuck? Listen. Where's the belly? Oh my god. No. What's up, Vashel? How are you doing today? Okay, so that's another one of those minor trees. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, that's the one. I remember the passage there, I think. Okay, cool. Penguin cute, yep. Let's go, pick a little bit over. Finally got out of the river. But we're probably gonna be back there in a minute. I need to, I'm just taking a peek on this side of things. But then, just a short detour, and then we're going back down to come back up in the Mistwoods. Because I want to go back to the Mistwoods, and there's no way in hell I'm crossing Caelid to go there. I'm going downstairs, I don't give a fuck. I would much rather go through the river again than actually walk Caelid back. Oh, that's another one of those skulls, giant skulls things. Huh? That looks like a secret wall. Look, you can see like the line here, delimiting the fucking thing. It's not gonna be one. There's an invisible wall there. I almost fell because I jumped against the invisible wall. Whoops. Okay, well, let's go see what's happening in that Colosseum there. And that giant jar thing. Do I get a grace somewhere? Hmm. Is that thing gonna just... I'm so scared. I can't target it, but... I'm trying to see if it's moving or not. I don't think it's moving. It's not like breathing or anything. Oh. What is this? Did you see the shadow? Sundown. Beautiful. The fuck? So many cool things you see from very far away. This looks really cool. What's up, Kimmy? Yeah, I do, I would feel better if I had a grace there, but... Oh. There's a talking prompt. Okay. Okay. You can now see the Knight of the Great Jar's red summon sign. Whoa. That is a cool outfit. Oh, I'm getting souls. Okay. That one's pretty cool too. Looks like the Fallen Knight set in 3. Huh. I mean, red summon signs usually means like invaders, right? Is this like... Is this some weird private fight club thing? Am I being, you know, introduced to the fight club? Okay. If we're gonna fight, we should really fight. Oh. I was gonna say, if we're fighting, we should really fight inside the Colosseum or whatever. Hailed Colosseum. Oh. Combat with Spirit Ashes. To engage in combat with other players, touch the effigy of America in the Colosseum. In this venue, Spirit Ashes are permitted for use in battle. Okay, so this is PvP thing, I'm assuming. It would be so funny if players were just using this for like Pokemon battles. And just getting their ashes to fight against one another without themselves engaging. That'd be so funny. That's a thing? Hell yeah. Love it. I'm proud of the community. Aw. I'm a little sad. I was hoping for more than just a PvP thing. Yeah. Oh well, it's okay. Hey, I mean, as far as PvP implementation goes, this is a cool way of doing it. A fucking great looking place. The imagery is rad, yeah. But I don't get to do that. I get to summon invaders and fight them, I guess. Knight of the Great Jar. Summon this adversary. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's see if I'm ready to fight them. What's up, Elisa? Duelist Knight of the Great Jar summoned as an adversary. Ha! Yo oh, Jesus! He's fast. Okay. Oh, God. He's got poison blades and shit. Oh, my God. This is not gonna go well. Oh, my God. I am sorry, Knight of the Great Jar. Was not familiar with your game. He's also very tanky. Holy crap. Oh my lord! Oh! He's trying to parry me, that asshole! Tip slide. I'm stuck! Ugh! Oh! Damn it, that's why I was stuck. That little nerd. Wait, I don't even have a stake of America? Do I really need to? Ah, oh, come on. That is a very unfortunate decision there, to not have at least a stake. Preferably a fucking grace. Famous last words in stalls, yeah. Okay, hopefully the... Ah, shit. You know what? Nope. Well... I'm really miffed that there's no steak up there. Well, not steak necessarily, but a grace. Or a steak. A steak would be fine. But a grace, please. Come on. No, Thank you. Oh, yeah, that's gonna be great. No, god damn it. Video game, I hate you. Oh my lord. Dude, just give me, let me. Okay, thank God. I was gonna say some words I regret there. I was about to do very poor phrasing. Oh! I don't know what it hit, but thank God. Nice. Oh, you asshole. Yeah, that better work, okay. Let me just stab you, bro. I was gonna say just let me put it in, but, you know. You do you, Rian King. You do you. Why do I not get a grace here, though? That's so weird. Round 2? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that fight was not even close. I got absolutely demolished, so... I don't know if I'm ready for this. Let me try a different guy. See what happens. I'm willing to give another try to a different guy. Oh my lord! That's one way to start a fight. They're really tanky as fuck. Holy crap! I really would like to backstab them. They're so fucking tanky, dude. They're clearly building vigor. Oh, that was not as much. Oh, I had a shield. Never mind, that was still a lot of damage then. That probably would have one-shot me if I didn't have the bubble. Wait, he healed? Yeah, the backstab did 0 damage. You know what? I don't think I'm ready for this. I am not ready for this. I'm willing to accept my failures. I'm gonna go grab my souls, and I'm getting out of here. I probably shouldn't even grab them, but... It's 8k. I've earned them. I want them. Runes or whatever, yeah. Yeah, those nerds are future Daniel's problem. Future Daniel can deal with those assholes. What has he ever done for me anyway? Well, that solves that. I didn't want those souls anyway. Those souls were ugly and they were a whore. I didn't want them in the first place. So we have those 2 sides to explore. I still need to explore this as well. But that's for a future Daniel to deal with. We're going back to the Mistwoods. I want to go see that that dude on the ruins there that we need to snap our fingers for. Oh my god, this is so cool. What a place. Putting a lot on future Daniel's plate today? I don't know. That seems reasonable amount. God, this place is so fucking beautiful. Wherein Khalid immediately suffered typical Khalid shit. Yeah. We'll go back to those PvP, you know. We'll go back to the Jar Fight Club one day. But that day is not today. Today, we go back to Limgrave and we explore the Mistwoods. I'm very excited about that. How was the boss fight? The Dragonkin? It was cool. It didn't take too long. Not too many attempts. We were able to experiment with our new boss fight setup. With the dual blade, twin blade. That was great. See, remember when I said that teleporter was stupid and I didn't want it and I didn't understand? Now I get it. Allows me to get there faster. Praise the teleporter. It's one of those things, like, it kind of... Oh, actually, that's a good point. It kind of... It bothers me when I'm exploring and I'm taking a teleporter and it leads me somewhere, like, I didn't expect. Because it breaks sort of my exploration immersion, but after the fact, it's a pretty convenient way of moving around fast. So I'm like wondering if I should, whenever I find a teleporter, I should like put a note on my map that it's there, but I shouldn't take them until the end of exploring an area, right? Like I explore the full area and then I take the teleporter and I see what it does. And maybe it leads me to another new place, so I don't miss a secret place. Or maybe it's just between 2 spots and I'm like, well, okay. That's fine. I didn't miss anything. So... I think that's the way I'm going to approach it going forward. I'm going to finish exploring an area. If I find a teleporter, I put a marker down and I check them at the end. Yeah, I don't know actually, Pastu. That's a good point. Like, you have, you can teleport between graces however you want, so why would you need those things in the first place? I'm back to hating, I'm back to thinking it's a weird decision. Thank you, Pastuf. You corrected my... I was almost gonna be forgiving of those teleporters. I'm back on the right side of history. They just suck. They have no purpose. They shouldn't be there. The teleporters should only teleport you to places you cannot access otherwise. Or stuff like the Kaled trap. That was fun, right? For adventure. They should not just teleport you 5 feet away in the same area. That's dumb. Makes no sense. Hello. I don't want to fight, I'm just passing through. I should actually be a little more attentive when I do that, like the backtracking like this. Because one of the main points why I want to physically backtrack instead of teleporting is in case I see something different, or like an NPC somewhere, or any of that sort of stuff. If I just run without paying attention, that kind of defeats the purpose. It's like a second chance at checking, at finding something I missed, right? Oh. We'll be back down there anyway. God, this place is cool. There's a whole fucking temple up there. Wait! Can I jump through that window? Probably not. It seems a little far. What's up, Foo Fox? It seems a little far. Popcorn? Nah, I'm not doing it. I don't have a grace. The last grace I sat on was all the way in Kaled. I'm not doing it. I'm putting this place to rest for now. We're back in the Mistwoods. Everything is back to normal. Let's start exploring this place properly. Okay, I need to be a little organized there, because this place is kind of intimidating to explore. It's a lot. It's very open. Not a lot of structure to the land, I guess. So... we'll come back to peace, kinda. Yeah, I mean, this place is neat. I mean, there's giant bears and all that, but... as opposed to where we were in Kaled and all that, it seems pretty peaceful. Also, things die very fast. So I think I want to go back all the way to the beginning and start, like, methodically exploring the first area. And then getting to the woods. Yeah, that seems like a good way of doing it. I just need to be organized, otherwise my brain's not gonna let me. I bet the air here is nice and crisp. Yeah, you know, like when it's cold enough that when you breathe in, you can feel like the cold air in your lungs. Oh, I love that feeling so much. That's why I'm a big fan of cold temperatures. Because I can be nice and toasty inside my home, or I can be outside and enjoy the, you know, the really cold, fresh air. Oh, come on. Oh, that was just flasks. Okay, never mind. Look at me one-shotting those nerds. Okay, yeah. Yeah, starting here is great. It's gonna allow me to get the lay of the land and feel a little structured. Alright, where are we? Yep, perfect. I did not sit at any grace right now, I'm just realizing. Uh-oh. If I die, I'm sent all the way back to kill it. Nice. Oh, look at this one, he's hiding. I'm sending you back with your friends. It will be okay. Okay. So we've explored this. We haven't explored this. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, this is new. Okay. Well, let's see. Yeah, the music in Caelid is so good. Feels, homely? Is homely a word? Ah, shit, I didn't... that was just a flask one, I think. I hope it wasn't an item one. I'm sure I'll get to see it again. Yeah, just for... Yeah, I hate that. I hate when that happens. Downstairs neighbors smoking like a if you're in an apartment building, that's just so annoying. Wait! Hold on! While we're here, I kind of want to go back to Patches and have a conversation with the fucking guy. I don't think I should be letting him get away with this. I was okay with him teleporting me there because I wanted to go to Mistwoods anyway, but we still need to have a conversation, Patches and I. That rascal. Okay, so how do I do this? I think I explored this place up here, like the cliffs. So I can put that behind me, and then when I come back, I just go down like the whatever passage I can find to go down, and then, you know, and then we can go talk to Patches. I think that's a good way of doing it. No, I'm not going to fight him. I'm going to have a conversation with him. I'm not a fucking barbarian. Listen, me and Patches, we go way back. I let him trick me. We have that relationship, him and I. He tricks me. I know he's gonna trick me. I fall for it, and then I'm like, oh, Patches, you scoundrel, you got me again. But we still, you know, we maintain the illusion, right? We maintain the illusion by having a hard conversation, him and I. I'm gonna scream at him. He's gonna apologize, probably. And then we'll do it all over again next time we meet. You know, that's That's how Patches and I deal with our differences. The whole thing. Ultimately, we're good friends. It's just neither of us wants to admit it. Speaking of music and Elden Ring, issues with DMC aside, do you dislike or dislike when game features artists on their soundtracks? Oh, like instead of an original score, they're using like... Well, I don't know. I don't... I am not a huge fan of like compilation album soundtracks style. Like, you know... I mean, I guess it depends on the game. Like, for a game like... a DS2 based game, because Patches in it is in there. It just has a different name, but is in there. But it's just Patches. He's just pretending not to be Patches. It's another one of his tricks. Don't fall for it, Elisa. You're better than this. So yeah, like for a game like, listen, something like Tony Hawk, right? Different name, different appearance, different voice. That's just part of the trick, though. That's just how he does. That's how he gets you. He gets you, you know. It's just a trick. Patches with a shitty wig, yeah. Just worked on his voice to make it sound different. To me, it's like actually it's pretty. I think it's a pretty good example of like DS2's philosophy in general. It's DS2 was trying to be different for the sake of being different, and in some ways, it worked fine. It led to some interesting things, but ultimately, it also feels like a lot of the problems I have with DS2 is them trying to be different for the sake of being different. But it is what it is, I guess. So yeah, going back to the conversation that Thurlow brought up, I think like, you asshole. For something like Bonfire Aesthetics, yes, I do think that's a great mechanic. I like it. I like him too. Especially in the ways that it allows you to find more lore in your first playthrough. I don't know if you've experienced that, but like there's some bosses, like if you kill them multiple times, then you get like weird souls from them, like that you're not supposed to get. And that gives you a lot more lore. That's cool. So yeah, like, listen, if you're playing something like Tony Hawk, right? And it's a compilation of like skater bands and punk and whatever, that's fine, right? That feels good. I don't mind that. Now, when it comes to a more immersive game, like single-player, story-based game, I like when it's an original soundtrack, but I don't mind if there's a few tracks selected to have a meaningful impact. I'm thinking Metal Gear Solid and their usage of like certain like licensed tracks, for instance, or The Last of Us, right? The way they use Take On Me and stuff like that. I think that can have a really good effect if it's used well. But generally for like narrative story-based games, I prefer if it's an original soundtrack. You know? But I do, yeah, like I said, like the occasional use of a licensed track for effect, especially if it fits in the game world, I think is great. If it like brings something more, right? Other than that, yeah, just if it's a sports game, like you know, all those things, yeah, whatever. Get your popular bands to be part of the soundtrack. That's totally fine. Yeah, exactly. That's a good example, Elisa. Yeah. Yeah. There's no patches in Lies of P. Well, it's not a From game, but Lies of P is garbage, if you want my opinion. There you go. In fact, I will go as far as to say that every Souls-like not made by From is garbage tier. The only one that I thought had a decent combat system was Mortal Shell, and the rest of the game was terrible. And the problem is always the same. It's the same problem with every one of those games. The level design is just garbage. None of those games get the level design right. And a lot of the boss design and encounter design is also lacking. But what's up, Joge? Have you checked Expedition 33? Yeah, I'm playing it off stream these days. Yeah, Expedition 33 is a good game. I'm enjoying it. I have a few issues with it. I don't think it's as perfect as many people pretend it is on the internet these days. I think the soundtrack's absolutely top tier. Maybe one of the best of all time. I think the story, I'm only in the beginning of Act 2. I think the story started really strong. I have a few concerns because of the end of Act 1, which we're not going to talk about because spoilers, but I have a few concerns, thematically speaking. But I'm still keeping my mind open, and I think it's a good game, yeah. But just to be clear, I don't think, because we're talking about, you know, Souls-likes right now, so I just want to clarify. I don't think Expedition 33 has anything in common with a Souls game. I just want to make that clear. I understand they've taken some inspirations because they like Souls games and all that, but it's just they've taken a few inspirations from it and put it in a completely different genre of game, right? Which is a JRPG, right? And in fact, there's a bunch of JRPGs that did use those systems long before Souls games were a thing, right? JRPGs with dynamic real-time systems in combat are not a new thing. But the devs themselves said that the Souls-like inspired them on some level, so you have to respect that, but still not a Souls-like, just to make sure. We're on the same page there. Weapon system and Lies of Peace top tier. I think it's I think the system's okay. I haven't engaged with it too much in my playthrough, but I will agree. I think it's fine. Yeah, the weapon system was maybe the best part of Lies of P. Yes. Oh, and the vinyls. I thought the vinyls were great. Yeah. You're saying Expedition 33 isn't the second coming of the Christ, like the entire internet is saying. I think, listen, I think the internet is very excited about Expedition 33, and I think that's fair. It's an impressive achievement for a low-budget, small team. And I think they deserve... They're doing things right, right? They're really making a good game for the sake of making a good game. And I think that deserves all the praise. But you also need your expectations to be, you know, in check, right? It's not a perfect game. There's a lot of issues coming from the fact that it's a smaller budget, smaller team. And yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean that the game's not fantastic. You just have to be aware of it. Final Fantasy IX Remake? What are we expecting that to be a thing? Can we not make a remake? Kind of goes without saying, no? What specifically, Dex? Yeah, Lisa, I think it's a great game. Like, again, I think like the story is fantastic, the music is amazing. As far as the gameplay goes, if you like old school Final Fantasy, you're gonna love it. If you don't, you're not gonna love it. It's really that. Like, if you like Final Fantasy style combat, it's that part of it is fun. If not, well. No game is perfect, pretty fantastic, but don't forget there are flaws. Yeah, but that's the like it should go without saying, but you and I both know that the narrative on the internet surrounding Expedition 33 right now is being a little unreasonable with it. And I think there's a downside to that. I legitimately feel like some people are going to be disappointed because of the expectations that are set by the general narrative around the game. And I think that's a shame, because the game deserves to be met on its own terms, you know, not as like the fucking most perfect video game to ever come out in the last 10 years, but just like a great fucking game from a first or from a new studio with a lot of people who've never made games before. Some of them did, but a lot of them are new to the industry, and I think you need to embrace that on its terms, I guess. Yeah, Lisa, I think you would enjoy the sort of existentialism of the concept of the game. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe down the line you can try it. It's on Game Pass if you want to try it for free. So. And yeah, the soundtrack, honestly, like, again, like, the soundtrack's probably one of the greatest of all time, in my opinion. It's right up there with, like, Nier, the original Nier. Been a rumor for years for Final 9. It's interesting. I've never really heard about rumors for the remake of Final Fantasy 9. I mean, if they make it, I kind of hope they go a different way than 7 remake. I think 7 remake's fine. I actually like it quite a bit. But if they're gonna make a remake of 9, I hope they sort of, actually, well, again, truthfully, I hope they don't. But if they're going to, I kind of wish they stick with the turn-based system. Instead of trying to make a modern, although, and again, I mean, I've said it before, but I think the Final Fantasy VII Remake combat system is great. I think it's the best attempt they've done at making a real-time battle system that still feels like Final Fantasy. So, yeah, I like it. But for Final Fantasy IX Remake, I wish they kept the turn-based old-school thing, and I wish with the aesthetic that they lean hard into like the old children's storybook sort of aesthetic, right? They don't try to make it too realistic. They try to make it like cute and whimsical and have that sort of you know, yeah, almost like old paintings or drawings. That'd be the way I want them to go with it. But are you gonna play the new MTG set? Nah, I've uninstalled Arena. I'm not gonna play MTG anymore. They've lost me when they made all the like the guest sets, like Final Fantasy and all that part of Standard. It's way too many sets to keep up with in a year. And I don't know. I like playing Standard because I don't mind them having like guest franchises and all that. I think it's smart to bring new people to the game. But I thought what appealed to me in Standard was that you didn't have to deal with those cards. It was kind of the authentic Magic experience, I guess. So now that it's all part of the same thing, I don't want to deal with it. But I've looked at the cards. I think they look very cool. I like the Final Fantasy X's laughing card. That was fun. Ah, come on. I hate that shit. God. Dude. I swear they programmed those things just to be annoying. That's it. Oh, no, yeah, I'm playing it off stream, Jog. I'm not sure how to say your name, but it's my off-stream game. The Artist's Shack. I know where this is. Homing Instinct Painting. I know where this is. I'm pretty sure. Work of a wandering artist, reminiscence of a painting titled Homing Instincts. This painter is said to have captured the landscapes seen during the last moments of those welcomed into death's embrace. The soul of the painter and vestige of the dead's last moments can be discovered by visiting the location depicted even now. I'm pretty sure I know where this is. This is here somewhere. I will say there. Hold on, can we, I need another... The trees reminds me of the painting. Bob Ross, right? Painting little trees. Yeah, great. I think it's somewhere around here. And it's looking in the direction of the Weeping Peninsula. And I'm pretty sure, in fact, I'm pretty sure the arch it's looking through is this one here. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. The direction seems wrong. I'm gonna check that once I'm done with patches. Ooh, sunset looks great there. The web is flooded with spoilers. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine already, like, only having played, like, the first act, I can only imagine a bunch of spoilers that would ruin the experience a little bit. I found myself liking the remake's combat less in Rebirth than I did in Remake. I couldn't tell why. I think I agree with you. Feels like the combat in Rebirth is a little more focused on all the real-time action and like almost like Devil May Cry-esque, you know, stuff. Whereas in the first remake, it's a little more grounded and slower. You use your skills a little more by pausing and all that. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. What's up, Victimized, by the way? How are you? I like Remake more than Rebirth in general. I agree. Me too, I think. There were a few cool moments in Rebirth, but... yeah. God, this is beautiful. Look at this shit! Oh my god. Painting. The sky, like, just makes everything look like a painting. Is that... oh, that's the fort I'm supposed to retake, I think. Or Kenneth... what's his name? Kenneth Hike or something. I think that's the fort I'm supposed to retake. You ever do painting? Nope. Not much of a visual artist. SpongeBob deck? Yeah. Aw, the sky is gone. Now it's just night. Hey, it's still beautiful. These trees are so bright in the night. I don't have enough golden seeds. Okay. All right, so we'll have to deal with this. Perfect. I've checked that. Oh, the music changed. That's a little ominous. Alright, how do I get down there? Have I checked up here? Sure, I'm gonna double check. Wish the darkness was more intense, you had to rely more on the light of the moon and the trees to navigate the map. Yeah, I mean, that's... Honestly, that's my general opinion about nights in video games in general. I always wish the nights were darker. Especially when there's, like, no moon out or whatever, right? I mean, in this game, it kind of makes sense that it's bright because there's a giant-ass fucking tree of light, but... like, I think one of the greatest nights in video games is... You bitch. Is, like the long dark. In the long dark, they do crazy fucking dark nights. Tarkov has wonderful realistic nights. What else? Dragon's Dogma, yeah, great example. Yeah. Wait, why do I have so little souls? Where did I die last? That was here? I just didn't get any souls for any of... I mean, I guess I haven't killed anything. I don't know. Stalker had pretty good ones. How's Stalker 2 these days? Have they improved on it? PS2, kinda? Dark Souls 2? Nah. None of the nights in the Souls games are dark enough. Like, none of the dark areas are... The only dark areas that are dark enough in Souls games are actually in Elden Ring. Like the caves. The caves, when you don't have a torch, are pitch black. And I like that. I think that's great. Last I heard, I was in good shape. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if... I know HDR was not great at first with streaming. I don't know if now it's better. OBS and if OBS accepts HDR properly and if Twitch's codecs and whatever they use are actually properly showing HDR. I remember it used to be terrible. I don't like what I'm doing right now. This is janky as fuck. Oh, hey. There we go. But like, for instance, here, it's neat because, like, we're not in the light of the tree, right? We're inside a canyon, so it's darker. And I think that's pretty well done. Like, you actually need your torch down there to see well. I don't want to fight you. I've already dealt with you in the past. We are done, creatures. I wonder what Patches is gonna have to do to save for himself. That rapscallion. If he's still gonna be there. I wouldn't be surprised if he's fucking gone. I mean, the map says he's here, so... Oh god. The whole crew is gonna come. Tarkov is finally releasing as a finished game at the end of the year. Interesting. I'm assuming that means they're giving up on making it an open world, seamless RPG experience as they initially wanted. They've embraced that their games design, like the very genre and concept of their game has been changed by the community embracing what they've been doing, right? I guess. Which is fine. I think it's a, you know, they've basically invented a new genre of game, so that's fair. But like initially, Tarkov, like the extraction system and gaming loop was supposed to be a way to test the mechanics and all that, while they were building the world, and you were supposed to just be able to, you know, explore the whole thing, and you would have like your hideout would be like a physical location somewhere that you would need to return to, and it was meant to be way more than it is. But yeah, interesting. My understanding of this, and that's my cynical take, is that there was so much pushback last time they released new content and made people pay for it, because you know, like if you bought like the whatever edition, it said that during the beta you would get all the updates, blah 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 blah, and then suddenly some people were forced to pay for updates that were coming during the beta. They just want to remove the beta thing from it. They want to release 1.0 so they can start making DLCs that they can sell to everyone. That's my cynical take. I don't know if that's true, but... What's up, Noger? I don't know, Run. Some caves are just too dark for it to matter, but I guess we've seen some places that had like holes leading outside, like this one, right? This one's very bright right now, even though it's the middle of the night. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that whoever said that is wrong. Because this looks like daylight, right? And it's supposed to be dark outside, so... I don't know. Just a hunch, I think that person's wrong. But maybe it's different in different places. I'm not sure. Alright, let's talk to Patches, see what this fucking nerd has to say for himself. I would have laughed my ass off if there was a new chest. Okay, that would have been top tier. Another chest. You know, it keeps adding chests every time you come and see him. And every time it's a different sort of trap or, you know, sort of shenanigan. One time it teleports you, the other time it's, I don't know, it's a mimic, or... Yeah. That would be so funny if they keep adding chests. I should be in game design.
How in blazes? You're alive.
Turns out I am.
You'd be proper scared puffing away in a flash like that. Who on earth spends their time booby trapping treasure chests? No way I could have known. But still, I apologise. It's all very unfortunate. At any rate, it's nice just to see you safe.
Sure.
Don't miss all the bargains here at Patch's Emporium.
I like how he pretends that, you know, nothing happened. Oh, I just got an emote saying calm down. Fun. Do you have new items, sir? No, you don't. Oh, I never used the Grace Mimics. I still need to experiment with that. I read the lip sync is actually meant to match Miyazaki's bowel quivers when he has a bad fart. You say that now, and in like a couple years, it's going to be like a narrative that we're going to hear in the internet, in the Souls community. It's going to be like, oh yeah, you know what the lip syncing is actually about? That's how it starts, man. Hideously stained and ragged hood, worn by former foot soldiers who have turned to banditry. Oh yeah, of course. Careful with we have pretty strict rules about you know, no game information or anything. Just, you know, don't worry about being deleted though. Like everyone gets deleted around here. It's like a rite of passage. We even started a tradition recently where when something like that happens, I say, everyone who ever got deleted in this chat, please raise a hand in chat. And typically quite a few people do, and nobody's lying. Those people actually have been deleted. Hey, you're one of us now. You're part of the community. Welcome. Oh shit, hold on. That is so weird. Art of strengthening ashes is known as spirit tuning. Only a spirit tuner may perform this deed. Spirit tuning is not merely the simple act of imbuing strength. It is an art that lies somewhere between tuning an instrument and conducting a conversation, leaving both parties enriched. That's kind of cool. Spirit tuning is not the simple act of imbuing strength. It is an art that lies somewhere between tuning an instrument and conducting a conversation, leaving both parties enriched. That is a beautiful description. Holy crap. Yeah, I love it, Captain Dax. Own the weapons of champions in the war against the giants. Cool. What's up, Credo? How are you doing today? Selling all my doubles, and then we'll resume the adventure again.
Cheers for that.
I do not remember if one of my messages got deleted. Can mods fix that if you left out? I'm pretty sure one of your messages has been deleted. I actually actively remember one of your messages being deleted in the past. Someone can confirm, but I'm fairly certain. Maybe even two or three of them. On a plane heading to Ecuador? Job or vacation? I'm assuming job, but...
Forgot something on your shopping list?
Yeah,
no trouble to...
You may have not even noticed, Run. Like, sometimes your message gets deleted and you don't even notice because chat's just happening. Yeah. Work stuff for a few days? Okay. Well, hey. I hope you get to have at least a little bit of fun along the way. Last month you had one. There you go. Dun dun dun. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. I'll take your word for it. Yeah, the mods can check the mod actions so they can tell. It's all good, you're one of us now. Just means you're one of us. Congratulations. Congratulations. You are 50? Well, there you go. I would be impressed if you did remember. That's how it works, right? Like you get to 50 and suddenly nothing works anymore. Alright, let me go check that location that was supposed to be the painter's thing. Why does it happen to me already at 35? There could be multiple explanations. There could be genetic reasons. Maybe you don't sleep enough. That could be a factor. My memory was worse when I was sleeping more poorly. Which is why sometimes I don't remember shit about fuck. But when my sleep's okay, My memory works fine, generally. Oh yeah. I totally understand Cora's side. In my case, you can feel free knowing that I will never ask for information ever, if it's related to the video game. If we're having like a normal conversation, then yeah, sure, right? Like about whatever. And the only exception there is purely English language stuff. Right, like if there's a word in the game that I do not know, like English language, not a word that's specific to like maybe the concepts in the game or whatever, but like an English word that I don't know, then chat can tell me what it means. If I ask, that's fine. Other than that, it's always rhetorical. Yeah. This way, when you're here, you know that, you know, information is never requested. We don't even have like a safe word or anything like many channels do. It's legitimately, I don't want to know. So, yeah, I know like some channels have like a safe word, you know, that means they actually want the information, but I don't do that ever. What's my first language? French. So it wasn't where I thought it was. But it has to be nearby. I'm pretty sure. Maybe one of these? Let's see. Yeah, even if one day, in a moment of weakness, I should ask for help, there's only one answer that should come from chat. Oh! And it's no help. Fuck you, figure it out. This wasn't here before. Oh shit! So that's it, right? That was the thing, right? Yeah, totally. Nice. Hey, I wasn't too far when I said it's probably around here, right? I wasn't too far. Pretty good, you know, landscape recognition, I guess. Yeah. We have another one. There. Yeah, this one is... That's Castle Redmane. As seen from the other side of that giant-ass desert. So... I'm assuming it's gonna be somewhere... I don't know, somewhere on that coast here, most likely, right? That cliff there. But we'll figure that out once we go back. I don't want to have to think about Caelid right now. Yeah, the giant fucking desert here. Big ass beach. But and just to close up on the conversation, Corey said the one thing we try to push around here is if you get deleted, it's totally fine. There's no hard feelings. There's no, you know, as long as the person getting deleted doesn't get, you know, doesn't start making a fuss about it or whatever, we're more than good. It's not about punishment. It's about protecting the experience of the streamer, aka me in that case. Golden Scarab worn directly on the head. The scarabs roll clumps of incantations during their labor. Reduces FP cost of incantations but increases damage taken. As the scarab approaches death, it abandons its rolled treasure and stretches its wings wide for the long journey to its home nest. Oh, that's so heartbreaking! Why did they have to make those things cute? That's a beautiful poetic line right there. I love it. Of course run, but, you know. We can also delete people. We can ban people if we want to delete people, but that rarely happens around here. You have to be a special kind of You have to be a special kind of asshole to be banned around here, honestly. Even when you're being an asshole, most of the time I'll make you leave by just being a bigger one. We rarely have to get all the way to banning you. I don't know, Victimized. I don't have much of an opinion on it. Yeah, I don't know. I think DS1's DLC access was fun. I enjoyed figuring that out. And as far as Elden Ring goes, I'm excited to see what it's gonna be. I have no fucking clue. Alright, I'm gonna use a Grace Mimic, see what it does. Huh? What are you guiding me towards? I'm confused. No, I didn't say it was super easy. Okay, listen. Naz put words in my mouth. I never said it was super easy. I said it made sense. You find an item, you find a person, they have the same name, you kind of, you know, to me it connected. I don't think it's easy, I don't think it's intuitive, I don't think it's, you know, I don't think anyone is stupid for not understanding, like, but the way I play video games, it tends to make sense to me. Because as you can see in Elden Ring, I also like to backtrack a whole lot, so like, I rarely explore an area just once if I think there's a point of interest that I may have missed, or if there's something more there. So that tends to lead to me finding things that other people don't, but... The thing, I guess it's the other way around, right? That I consider this. People say of DS1's DLC that it's impossible to find if you don't look it up. And that it shouldn't be made that obscure or whatever. Because it's too difficult or too... yeah. And that's what I disagree with. I think... No, I think it's mysterious. It's not... You know, it's not super easy to find, but the hints are in the game. Everything is in the game to help you find it, so... I definitely disagree with the notion that it's impossible to find without help. That's what I mean. I mean, maybe part of my philosophy with this is because I used to, you know, I played like... I used to play those old school games, right? Where... Like, play Zelda 2, for instance, and tell me that game doesn't have cryptic, impossible to understand shit. And we still figured it out with friends and playing and trying to, you know... We didn't have to buy Nintendo Power to get all the secrets given to us. We just... You know... We tried shit and eventually got there. So I guess that philosophy still lives with me to this day, right? I don't like looking shit up. I never did. And that's part of my enjoyment in games, is figuring stuff out. And if I never do, if I miss stuff because I never figure it out, that's part of my experience. And I accept that. I embrace it, even. It makes my experience different than anyone else's. That's fun too. Zelda 2, when was that? 89? 88? 89, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't remember if there was any clue about killing the mob at the entrance of the library before going back to the Hydra. So the mob looks very out of place. Especially, I don't think... Doesn't the mob have a different color? Or is that the one near the Hydra? Anyway, there's a mob. You kill it. I don't think it's much to expect that people kill mobs when they find them. I know a lot of people play Souls game by just running around and avoiding every enemy. And then they get to a boss and they're underleveled and they complain about it. I'm not that kind of player. I kill every enemy at least once. If I see something, it has to die once. At least, before I run past it next time, right? So, you know, that mob, I was gonna kill it. Also, it looks out of place in the area, and it's like... It's definitely one that you want to kill. Like, it looks weird, you're gonna kill it. And then it drops an item that mentions something about Ulusil. And the only other mention in the game of Ulasil at that point is that lady you find near the Hydra when you kill that golem, right? So my reaction was, well, I'm gonna go check with her or something. And I don't remember exactly how the sequence worked, but I just, you know, went back there, explored, found the fucking passage, and that was it. I don't remember exactly the detail of the sequencing, but that's roughly the idea, right? Just putting one and one together. Or two and two is the expression, I guess.
You must not forget, though, those who partake in dry hunger for dragon until the
Okay,
strength of
he already
no
told us
surprise
that.
to dragon.
Yeah, he already told us that.
You must not for those
Okay,
who
cool.
partake their hunger.
So he went back here after helping us with, what was his name? Nurius was his name. And then he came back here. Okay, cool. What's next for me then? Going back there and exploring this? Yeah, let's go. In this game, specifically, I tried to not kill things I didn't need to. They have enough shit to deal with without me. Well, different philosophies, for sure. You know, me, when I explore a Souls game, everything needs to die at least once. I only allow myself to skip things if I've already killed them before. Okay, exception be made of the normal fauna, like the little animals and the insects and all that. That's fine. But yeah, like all those nerds here, I'm ignoring them now because I all killed them before. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you've seen me play games, right? I'm that fucking idiot who's gonna just poke every fucking wall to see if there's a secret, right? I'm not your average player who just plays like a normal person, right? I'm that fucking obsessive nerd. So I tend to find more things than the average person, I guess. That's okay. Trust me, it's not just a benefit for your life, having my sort of approach to things. It can make some things very difficult. Oops. Who's that? Oh, just a rock. Okay. Alright. I'll say the Mistwoods look a bit more threatening at night. During the day, they look kind of peaceful. Yes, you know, yeah. To me, yeah, it's often that, and maybe if I'm like exploring a dungeon and I die, I will probably kill things on the way again. What the fuck? That was an ambush. I don't think these demi-humans know who they're dealing with right now. I've been in Khalid, fuckers. You can't kill me. We're way past the points where you guys are a threat to me. I was forged in the fires of Khalid into a new man. I am the one who knocks. Yeah. I am the one who ambushes. You're ambushing me? No, 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 no. I'm ambushing you. I'm just waiting for you to come to me. DJ Khalid? No. Nice. The one who pokes. Apparently that's my, poking is my #1 activity in this game. That's it. I'm a poker. What can I say? What? A weird grave right there. Oh well, I guess it fits with the wall. I think I'm starting to lose hope when it comes to secret walls. Like I'm just, we haven't found a single one in like almost 100 fucking hours. Jesus. There's only so much poking a man can do. Before it gets, you know. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is sponged and bruised. Where's that reference coming from? I've heard it very often, but I'm not sure where it's from, actually. Futurama, that's it, yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember now. Pre-order deluxe edition feature only. Yeah, you gotta pre-order the game and they're only available during the 72-hour early access window. Then they disappear. Yeah, this new episode, yeah. Ah! Get wrecked. Give me your head. Thank you. Those heads are actually useful for crafting. Oh. Oh, come on! How? Dude, I hate this game. Those insects... You remove those things from the game and it's an immediate improvement. No downside. Straight up improvement. Look at Kenneth on his little rock there. Didn't even take advantage of the fact that I killed the enemies to escape. No, just stayed there like a fucking asshole. Okay, so, this is actually kind of... I wouldn't say difficult, but... I don't know how to explore the forest in a way that makes sense. Because there's no real geographical line, like there's no cliffs or something that allows me to mark the edge. I mean, I guess I'm just not gonna enter the forest for now, and then I'll... Yeah, this place is gonna be a little... It's gonna be difficult to explore and make sure I check every corner. As it should, a forest, like imagine exploring a forest trying to find something in it. It's definitely not the easiest place. We'll get there, I'm sure. First, I need to go up there and check the other side of the cliff. Yeah, we've met Ken. Yep. When we came back from Caelid and came down here, on the road back to Limgrave, we talked to him. Yep. And he gave us a quest to go reclaim his fort or whatever.
What are you waiting for? A kiss goodbye?
But he's being an asshole about it. He doesn't have to be an asshole about it, but somehow he is. Nobles. Rich people, I swear. I shouldn't say that. I love rich people. If you're a rich person, I love you. Please become part of my community. I mean that in a completely disinterested way, of course. It's not about you sharing part of your dad's oil money with me. And nothing to do with that, of course. Platonic love. The bags, Noger, the bags. Hey, listen, sometimes as a streamer, especially of a smaller size, you don't necessarily always, if you're a smaller streamer, you don't need a crazy huge community. You just, you know, you need one crazy rich fucker who really loves you. Who really loves your content. That's it. That can carry you a long way sometimes. This month's going well. It's all right. You know, I don't mean to complain or anything. It's all right. It's not. It hasn't been great. Elden Ring, weirdly enough, hasn't been great from a revenue perspective. It's been great for numbers. Been pretty good for numbers. Up and downs. Like some days, like today is a bit slower. Yesterday was pretty. Like the past couple days before that were good. Revenue-wise, not great. It was better before Elden Ring somehow, which is weird. And a part of why it's still going okay is because now that we have like the new ad thing, right? I do make a significant amount from ads. Turns out, like last month was something like $70 just out of the ads, and it's looking like it's going to be even higher this month because I'm streaming a bit more and numbers are pretty decent. So like the ads suddenly make quite a bit of money, right? But like if I was to remove the ads, last month was pretty rough, and this month is pretty average. The last big month was March, I think, because there was that they did that promotion, right? That promotion that they did, a lot of people gifted subs at the end of the month, so yeah. And then before that, it was December, I think, which of course Christmas makes sense. Oh yeah, no, I mean, and again, that's why I mean, I don't mean like I'm. If Saladino didn't ask, I wouldn't talk about it. It's just I'm not complaining about it. I'm playing video games on the fucking internet. Making any money with it is nothing short of a miracle. But yeah, obviously there's plenty of reasons. Lots of people struggling out there, and I get that. So I'm definitely not upset about it. It is what it is. Yeah, of course, Radical, of course. Ah, shit. I hope I can get there. Oh my god. If the only way to get up there is by doing some torrent platforming here, I'm gonna be very upset. No, I'm assuming I can get there from the other side, maybe. I haven't really explored those cliffs really well. You know what I'll do? When we go back to Caelid and we sort of go here, I'll then explore those cliffs better, I think. Maybe. Hell yeah, Radical. Sounds good. I have to take work off for it. I'm not really making as much as I could. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I like that, Mopo. I like that. I mentioned that the other day, but I like that the map is not just a screenshot of the world, which is the case in some games. Like it's a render of the world from above, right? Which is a little too precise for me. I like that it's sort of like, it feels like a map that's been drawn by someone. There's little inaccuracies. It's not, you know, it's not perfect. I like that. Yeah, it's really cool. It feels like it's part of the world. I wish I had a physical version of it. That'd be neat. Although I guess it would spoil a lot of the areas if you have a physical map with everything, right? I would love... Oh, that's the thing. They should have given a physical version of the map, like with the deluxe, like physical editions or whatever. But you get them in different little envelopes. And there's a name on it, and you only open the envelope when you get or a number. And then the map you find in the game gives you the number of the envelope you need to open. And then you open the envelope, and then you can like stitch it together, or, you know. That would be fucking awesome. Yeah. Obviously extremely costly, but, you know, for like an extremely premium edition. Yeah. Make them sticky and a big canvas to stick them to. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that'd be cool. A record of crafting techniques left by a man who was utterly captivated by Saint Trina. Continued to search for her in his slumber. Acquired the knowledge to craft the following sleep pod. Interesting. That's fascinating. A man who was captivated by Saint Trina, and so he would obviously crafted sleep pods to like induce sleep and keep searching for her in his sleep. Symbol of faith in Saint Trina dulls the senses, which goes back hand in hand with the idea that the Trina lilies dull the senses. That's why animals sleep next to it. We've seen that happen a few times. It's all coming together, nerds. We're figuring it out. So I kind of have to, yeah. That is the line. I actually am not sure if I've explored those areas down there. I love the way that I'm using those things. It's so dumb. I'm like creating lines to show what I've explored or not. What's up, Emmy? I wish we could draw on that map. Take little notes and draw a little bit. That'd be funny. Wouldn't that work pretty good with overlay? Yeah, it's a centering thing because the map is, you know, I can't have like a stable center for the map, so it would be a mess. It would be too much work for no real benefit. Hello, sir. I want to fight you. Oh. His moveset low-key reminds me of the Dragon Kin Warrior a little bit. Alright. Done. Alright, so I think here we need to sort of like... And I need to explore all of that. first. At least the lake down there. I mean, I could go on the other side and... No. I'll deal with that. That's a nice landmark to remember. So many markers, I know. I mean, it's a... Honestly, I'm pretty happy with the system. It works well to, you know, show how far I've been and... What the fuck is this? Why is there a dead wolf down there? What is going on in this place? Ah, Jesus. What in the fuck is happening? Oh my god, I hate those things. Jesus. I need a weapon just for the fucking insect. What is going on here? Is that a bunch of wolves killing a bear? Okay, so the dead wolves are explained by the bear, but what was the thing with the wind and suddenly a bunch of wolves appearing out of nowhere? Also, that bear is winning that fight hard. Yo, Therma, thank you for the tier 1. 41 months, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. It's a long sub right there. Therma, you will be remembered. Also, guys, if you're new around here, if you haven't done so yet, please join the Discord. Best, most reliable way to know when I'm going live every day. Twitch doesn't do the alerts very well. And if you're a subscriber, there's a few channels you can enjoy, including suggesting the song of the day, which is the music we listen to during the countdown to the stream. I'm running out of suggestions a little bit. I've played those I wanted to play, and there's more, but, you know, I wouldn't mind more suggestions. Could 100 wolves defeat a dire bear? I mean, the bears just, like, killed, I don't know, like 20 of them. Super easy, so I'm not sure in this case. He's also not tiring out. He can't kill one human, though. I may have spoken too soon. God, that thing is scary as hell. I shouldn't have bragged. That thing is actually terrifying when it's focused on me. Oh my lord, dude, it just doesn't stop. I feel like I'm playing against Kuma in Tekken. I'm getting knowledge checked. I'm so dead. Yeah. Oh, let's go! Kill it. Nice. Whew. That legitimately felt like fighting Kuma in Tekken. A little too much, honestly. Always plus on block. Just charging you down. Not clapping that? Or are you being an asshole? Oh, that's kinda cute. Oh, I could have summoned here, I think. There was a summon sign, wasn't there? No? What is the purpose of this place? Was it just a bear? And that's it? I didn't get any item. I didn't get... Like a lullaby or a quagmire, its light purple haze irresistibly draws its victim down into sleep. Sweet dreams. Nice. Love the description. You wanted the bear to win? Yeah, I don't... This feels like there needs to be more here. I was expecting a dungeon or something at the end of this. It's a cool place, though. I like it. Quagmire seems like an odd word. I'm not even sure what it actually means. I thought it... I legitimately, in my brain, quagmire meant something like a swamp. But clearly I must be wrong. Because it doesn't mean anything in this context. Okay, there has to be a dungeon hidden in there, right? Oh! I'm getting really annoyed at those teleporters everywhere. It does mean soggy land in some contexts. Ah, well, I wasn't wrong then. Okay, so, like I said, my philosophy is you don't use the teleporters until you've explored the area. This way, if it just leads you somewhere a little bit further down the line, you don't break your immersion, your exploration. And if it teleports you in a secret area you can only access with this, you don't miss it either. I mean, it is going in that direction. Wait. It is going in that direction. Which, I mean, it's only Kaelid that way, so... I want to... You know, one aspect of my my rule that I didn't think about was my strong desire to click everything I see. I'm fighting myself right now. I really want to see where it goes. Just a peek. We have a whole ass Mistwoods to explore. I can come there at the end of it, right? What's the worst thing that could happen? Okay, listen. I've played this game enough at this point. There's a lot of really bad things that could happen. It's going in that direction. It could literally, like, drop me in the middle of this fucking nightmare of a swamp. Or... I don't know. Wait, hold on. It is kind of in the direction of you know, the underground land where the temple was and all that. What if it brings me underground? Like it... Oh, it is going down a little bit, isn't it? Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, based on the direction it's going, I'm assuming it brings me somewhere else, not just further in this land. I just love my border that I drew. Sorry. I've explored that. God, I hate myself. As soon as I decide to have some method in the madness, I immediately go against my own word. What's up, Puka Bear? Plans are made to be broken. I hate that phrase so much. Realistically, there's no way this brings me anywhere else than fucking Caleb, based on the direction it's going. I know, Radical. Two very conflicting parts of me, actually. We are multitudes. We are multitudes. What's up, Larry? God, I hate this. Let me I'm gonna quickly sit at the 1 second. I'm thinking, guys. What is that shiny thing over there? Oh. Solid Snake, thank you for the tier 3, 28 months. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the support. I hope you've been doing well. I hope you joined the Discord that we have now. I haven't checked if you were in there, but I hope you did. And thank you again for the huge support. Solid Snake, you will be remembered. Okay, hold on. Okay, there's two options there. Also, I can remove those. I think. Yeah. There's two options here. I really wish we could have different colored markers, by the way. I appreciate that only one color makes it more, you know, coherent, like visually, but I wish the symbols were a bit different. Like, yeah, the colors would help, but whatever. Flip a coin? I cannot do that, no. I need to make an informed decision. Basically, my two options here are take the thing and see where it goes, or finish exploring the Mistwoods and then taking the teleporter. This way, if it's just a teleporter that teleports me inside the Mistwoods, like some teleporters do, like in the underground, right? That teleporter here just teleported us there. That's stupid. I don't need that. Break my exploration, right? But this way I get the best of both worlds. I finish exploring, and then I take the teleporter. If it leads nowhere, whatever. If it leads somewhere cool, we don't miss it. Right. I think that makes a lot of sense. What's a badger? All right. Okay. What's up, Most Damo? You have so much self-control, my curiosity would take over. Oh, I didn't say what my decision was. I have made a decision. I haven't said what my decision was yet. But I understand what you mean. You would have clicked on the thing before you even started thinking about what the consequences might be, right? Most people are like that, and that's fine. Right? I'm someone who, you know, early in the game, the first time I saw a fucking teleporter, I just clicked on it, right? I didn't think about it. But now that I've seen how it works a little bit, I'm trying to not let it break my exploration, my immersion, right? Because if that teleporter just sends me back into the Mistwoods, it's just like, it just breaks the flow of my exploration, my methodical approach, right? Which I hate. If it brings me somewhere completely different, somewhere you cannot go without the teleporter, then obviously I want to go there. Which is why I'm trying to force myself to have that rule of first we explore, then we take the teleporters. But it's kind of difficult to do. Specifically because I'm curious. And especially in this case, this one seems to indicate it goes in a different direction. Right? So it doesn't seem like it's gonna send me somewhere in there. Daniel is fighting the final boss of every game himself. That's a good way to put it. How are you, Ingredius? I have made a decision, ladies and gentlemen. I know what I'm gonna do. But that is a story for tomorrow. It is time for me to call it for today, unfortunately. I will be back tomorrow with the decision. Am I gonna take the teleporter? Am I gonna finish exploring first? We'll see. Yeah, I hope everyone had fun tonight. Thank you guys for being around. Thank you for hanging. Thank you for the resubs. 2 resubs tonight. I appreciate it. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for more adventures of Elden Ring. Best note. No, actually, it's not that one. Hold on. There's another one after that. It's coming. Oh, that note right there hits the right spot every time, without exception. I will never grow tired of that music. Second. All right. I'm looking for a raid target. I don't really have the. Yeah, whatever. I'll let you guys find your way for tonight. Go wherever the wind takes you. I wish I had more time to think about a raid, but I'm actually starving, so I'm gonna go there. Anyway, thank you everyone. I will be back tomorrow in about 19 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. Make sure to join the Discord if you want to make sure to get the best, most reliable night notifications. And yeah, more Elden Ring tomorrow. I'll share my decision with you all, and we'll go on another adventure, whatever it is. If it's the Mistwoods or wherever that teleporter takes us. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.